you, but this is, when it's green, that's on. Just push that button. You got it.
Right on, and then you're going to loudly say second.
Second.
No, when she's done reading, so all this, she's going to, like, Joanna's going to.
Good evening, supervisors. Good evening, staff. Good evening, student supervisors. Good evening, students, and good evening, Loudon. I'd like to call to order the May 3rd, 2022 Loudon County Board of Supervisors business meeting. This room has a hearing loop. If you need hearing assistance, please switch your hearing aid to the telecom mode. If you need a headset, we have those available as well. Please see the clerk to request one. I want to welcome the Students for Youth and Government Day. We are excited to host this in person this year. Just so you know, and I know this is going to be not great for some people, but there will be some, I am adjusting the schedule this evening, the agenda. I'm adjusting the agenda because I do want the students to take part in one of our really kind of important action items. And so we're going to be pushing back a little bit the proclamations and public comments so that the students have time to participate in the action item before they leave the dais. And so the proclamations won't happen at 5:30. The public comment won't happen at 6. I apologize in advance, but I do think it's important to have the students participate in the action item. Students, if you, during the action item or any other time, want to speak on something, tell your supervisor so they can turn your light on. I will call on your supervisor to hand that over to you when it is time. And that's about it. So now I will hand it over to Supervisor Letourneau and the student supervisor so they can do the pledge and the words for inspiration.
Okay, I will start with the inspiration, and then can you lead us with the pledge? Okay. Dear God, we thank you for being with us today with all of our students. They are the future of our county, and we're so thankful for them. We ask that you bless them and help them as they move forward. We also pray for those in the Ukraine. We continue to think about and feel for our brothers and sisters around the world who are struggling with that conflict. And as always, we ask for your wisdom as we do the county's business here tonight. Now we're going to stand up, and then you get to lead us. So the flag's right over there, but you can go ahead and speak right into the mic right now.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag and the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Student Supervisor Cho will now read the consent agenda.
The proposed consent agenda is as follows. Item R1, proclamation to recognize May 2022 as Asian American and Native Hawaiian / Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Loudon County. Approval and presentation. Item R2, resolution to recognize the 50th anniversary of Blue Ridge Middle School. Approval only. Item R3, proclamation declaring May 15th to 21st, 2022 as Emergency and Medical Services Week. Approval and presentation. Item R4, proclamation to recognize May 2022 as Physical Fitness and Sport Month. Approval only. Item R5, proclamation to recognize May 2022 as Lyme Disease Awareness Month. Approval and presentation. Item R6, proclamation to recognize Loudon County Small Business Week. Approval and presentation. Item 1A, appointments, confirmations. Item 2, administrative items report of May 3rd, 2022.
Stop now. You've gone past the consent agenda. So, oh no, that's all on the consent agenda. You're right. Keep going.
Item 3, Loudon County Transit Title VI,
Yep.
Service Equity Analysis for fiscal year.
Thank you, Student Supervisor Cho. Supervisors, is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion's been made for Supervisor Buffington. Discussion on the motion. Student Supervisor, what's your last name?
Second.
Kaderis.
Student Supervisor
Sedaris.
Sedaris. Yes, sir.
You guys wanted the second.
Oh, you got the second. Okay. All right. So discussion on the motion, supervisors. I do have one question. Supervisor Turner, were we not going to do a presentation is the presentation for Physical Fitness Month still happening tonight or not?
Madam Chair, my understanding is there's no one here to receive the presentation, so
So we'll do for approval only
I
tonight?
think it's approval only.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right. Anybody else? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passed 9-0.
Are there any requests for additions or deletions?
Request for additions and deletions in the agenda? Seeing none. Are there regional updates anyone would like to tell us about? If so, put your light on. No regional updates? Really? Okay, well, I have a whole slew of them. Sorry, guys.
Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. Calling Supervisor Turner. I mean, Letourneau.
Supervisor Letourneau?
Letourneau.
Yeah, just briefly, this is actually an update from the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission WMATA committee. We had a discussion about Metro's Blue, Orange, Silver Line study. which is about, well, ostensibly about increasing capacity in the blue, orange, silver corridor. That is out for public comments. The Metro Board will have to pick a locally preferred alternative at some point, probably this summer. The options are very expansive. They sort of contemplate a large-scale expansion of the system beyond the Roslyn Tunnel area where there's a capacity issue. One of the options, for instance, extends service to National Harbor and has a whole loop around. The general sentiment of the Virginia jurisdictions was that Metro should focus on the Roslyn Tunnel capacity issue specifically, in which we're limited in pushing about 26 to 30 trains under the Potomac River per hour and can't go beyond that, which will affect future capacity issues. We want to be able to take advantage of funding from the bipartisan infrastructure bill if it becomes available. So I believe that there's a letter being circulated at MVTC potentially tomorrow night about this issue. I have, of course, in my capacity as a Metro board member, made many of these comments, but I am only one board member, so I think it'll be helpful for Virginia to weigh in. Some jurisdictions, boards have received full briefings. I can talk to you, Madam Chair, if you want our Board of Supervisors to receive this briefing on the study, and we can decide to do that at a later date.
Thank you, Supervisor Letourneau.
I should have you do this.
Ms. Bricksman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a short meeting with the Racial Equity Task Force for Metro Washington Council of Governments, and we were discussing how to promote the racial equity training that's being offered to regional elected officials. And I did send an email to everybody about that. I think it was last week, so I hope folks can sign up, but I'll resend it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bricksman. Ms. Glass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On 4/27, I went to the Human Services and Education Monthly meeting virtually, where they had talked about an introduction to No Kid Hungry to end childhood hunger around the country. They had discussed a partnership with Cooking Matters, where there was a discussion on, how to different programs to implement around the country regarding hunger, and they had discussed different campaigns to administer the programs in the state. They also had discussed the USDA National Child Nutrition Waiver, which was first given in March 2020, and it seems that that waiver is going to end actually June 30th, 2022. They were also discussing, because of distribution challenges, the summer meals programs were having problems passing food along to students around the country, and this discussion on what they could do to help kids during this summer that would need food. Also, I had the pleasure of joining Chair Randall on a trip to Holmes County, Mississippi, to formally sign a sister county agreement and to deliver the fire engine that we sold. The people of Holmes County were kind, they were respectful, they were hospitable, resourceful, and they cooked the most delicious Southern meals. I think we were stuffed the entire time that we were there. We were also able to tour a hydroponic farm that I think would be a great benefit to our rural and agricultural community in Loudon. And I know the fire engine will provide needed support for their emergency services. And I look forward to the continued dialogue and information sharing that will be formed from this new sister county relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Glass. Mr. Sanes?
Thank you. All right, real quickly, wanted to share an email that we received from Executive Director Bob Lazaro from the Northern Virginia Regional Commission in regards to our Northern Virginia Ukraine supply drive that we've been working on for the last couple of months. That concluded, so I'll pass it on to Student Supervisor Ciardes for the information.
and says, we have 3 tractor trailers loaded and ready to roll. Each trailer has 26 skids, equaling about 12,000 pounds, and at each 36,180 pounds this trip. We anticipate an arrival time between 11 a.m. To 1 p.m. on Monday. They will be leaving Springfield, Virginia early Monday morning.
Yeah, so to summarize again, the last 2 months, Northern Virginia Regional Commission has been asking for folks to donate supplies to the citizens of Ukraine going through this terrible ordeal. And so as Student Supervisor Ciartis just read off the email that all those information, all that clothing items were collected, and we had over 12,000 pounds netting, we filled up 3 tractor trailers, the full trucks, full of supplies that will be have been shipped over to Ukraine. So just wanted to share that information. I think that was something worth sharing. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saines. Okay, a couple of things. So I have had 4 trips in 1 month, which that was plenty. One of the trips was through NACO. It was the Economic Mobility Leadership Network. And of course, with that cohort is the cohort of counties across the country trying to figure out how to help all counties rise economically, knowing what their resources are or are not, or how they do that. And sometimes you visit a county, and one thing you find out is, what you really want to do and how you really want to do it. And sometimes you visit the county, you find out what you don't really want to do and why you don't really want to do it. So one of the counties I visited was Mercer County, West Virginia. First, let me say the people of Mercer County, West Virginia were just wonderful. They were kind and just salt of the earth people. However, I found out while I was there that most of West Virginia has no zoning at all. They have no regulations, they have no ordinances, and they don't even have what we consider like by right. For the most part, if someone wants to build something in West Virginia, it's a private contract with the landowner and then paying the licensing fee to build. And usually a supervisor in West Virginia will find out what's being built when a sign goes up. They have no other way to know that to when a sign goes up. They have no blight ordinance. They have no trash ordinance. They have no ordinances. And there were times when, something was built next to something else. So the garbage dump can literally be built right next to the elementary school, which can be built right next to the grocery store, which can be built right next to something else because there's no land use at all. One of the towns we visited had a little tiny town of 150 homes. Of the 150 homes, 61 were blighted because there's no blight ordinance, and so you don't have to take them down. And so there's a lot of discussion about whether or not if there are places that may be over-regulated and have too much regulations for sure, but there was a lot of discussion about what's the balance. How do you do that in the balance? Because clearly nothing is not a good balance, and over-regulation is not what you should do. So there was a lot of discussion about that in Mercer County. Ms. Glass took my thunder to talk about Holmes County. We did deliver a 2008 surplus Pierce Dash fire engine that they purchased. I cannot explain how grateful they were. One of the firefighters told me that if they took every fire truck they had in the region and combined all the equipment on every fire truck in the region, it would not have as much equipment on it as the fire truck that we did surplus sell to Holmes County. They were very, very grateful. Holmes County is actually now our formal sister city. And I actually have, for anyone that wants to see it, I brought the formal sister city signing document with me so everyone can see it. And so we now have a full-on relationship, sister city relationship with Holmes County. It was also, the one, well, I shouldn't say the one because that's not the way I want to say it. One of the places where Holmes County were far and away above where Loudon is and we're trying to go is our hydroponic growing. They are really trying to figure out how to grow vegetables hydroponically. Holmes is a huge county; it's 751 square miles, and their economy is agriculture. But they've had lots of flooding over the past couple of years, and so they decided to take them inside and go and do hydroponic growing. And we have a lot to learn about them and their hydroponic growing. they were really, really amazingly kind, very generous, very, very, very grateful people. And we look forward to having this continued relationship with Holmes County, West Virginia. So thank you for all that. I'll pass this down to anyone who wants to see it. And now I will pass it to Supervisor Umstadt, so she and her student supervisor can introduce our Voice for Our County.
Thank you.
Our Voice for a Cause, rather.
Thank you, Chair Randall. I would like to introduce Angel Hernandez Ramos, who will read down our Voice for a Cause.
Our Voice for a Cause today is the Williams Center for Health and Community Education. The Williams Center for Health and Community Education was established to address the increase in tragic deaths due to the epidemic of substance use disorder and the illness associated with it. The Williams Center mission is to advocate for individuals facing addiction challenges. They will achieve this mission by educating communities and families on the illness of addiction and by engaging community leaders and the broader public, collectively resolving the challenges of substance use disorders. Mr. Williams and Mr. Harvey, please introduce yourselves.
Afternoon. Looking forward to the discussion. So.
Absolutely. Mr. Williams, you're kind of tall. Pull the mic a little closer to you, and let's make sure his mic is on and up.
Testing.
Okay, there you go. That's better. That's a little better, actually.
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen. I have a few questions for you. What motivated you to create this organization?
It's a great question, and I think all of my career has been in healthcare, particularly in the hospital side of healthcare. My most recent experience has been the CEO of a trauma center in Shreveport, Louisiana. It was during that time in which I was asked to help solve some of the challenges that Louisiana was struggling with for the substance use disorder and mental health matters in that community. During that time, I saw a lot of suffering, a lot of generational loss, a lot of youth that was falling through to substance use disorders. And I decided at that point, after I finished my work in Louisiana, that I would come home here and be able to serve this community and be able to put programs and services together that will enjoin many of the programs that are here. Our intention is to do just that here in Loudon County. So.
All right. What services do you plan to offer Loudon citizens?
So our intention is to provide a very robust education program whereby we will, again, put on education programs that will forward-face the clients, will forward-face the families of the community, we'll look at the businesses, educate the businesses around this topic. We will partner with a national group called Shatterproof, and I mean, some of you may be familiar with Shatterproof. They have the mindfulness around education, all the statistics, all the data. They're in about 25 states. They would like to be in Virginia. Our intent is to bring Shatterproof to the table to help educate our communities on the topic of substance use disorders. So.
What are your current needs?
Well, in order to do the things that we envision doing here, it would take, obviously, fiscal support to do that. Our goal is to be in here in a very large and a very loud way, because I think there's been a lot of silence around the issues in terms of action on the ground. So our intent is to fiscally establish ourselves to be that voice of education for the region. So.
Do you have any upcoming events?
So we haven't announced those events yet, but we anticipate 3 major events. The first one will be around education, particularly around family education, community education. The second will be a topic that will address elected officials, appointed officials, state level officials, and the like, to engage them in a topic of discussion to further the issue of education around this topic. And the third one would be kind of a planned given event. We want to have a large event so that we can scholarship individuals who need the services but can't afford the services. we want to scholarship those individuals into the programs that are available to them. That's particularly true. Yes, you may see individuals, clients that are under the bridge and they're maybe homeless, but they also look like you and I. I've seen every gamut of services, and without affordability, the problem just escalates. And so we want to be able to address those for those who don't have the needs to, or the ends to pay for it. So.
Student Supervisor, I don't normally do this for Voice for a Cause, but I do wonder if you'd like to ask your colleagues, your fellow students on the dais, do they have any questions for our Voice for a Cause presenters today?
Do any of my colleagues have any questions that need to be answered?
No? Okay. All right.
All right, well, moving on. My final question is, how does the public contact you?
I get the easy one. The easiest way to contact is through the website. The website is williamscenters.com. So it's Williams with an S, Centers with an S.com.
All right. Well, very thankful for what you have said tonight. I look forward in doing this because it's a big tragic issue we're having. A lot of disorders and illnesses leading to like just drugs and all of that. So it'd be, a good cause to help out young kids, stop it, just help them out. I find a better path instead of doing something that will kill
Thank you for those comments. And I think we all are aware in the most recent weeks and 2 weeks, there have been 2 fatalities from overdose in our neighboring counties, and both were high school level individuals. We have to get in front of this issue and begin to educate as much as we possibly can. This center intends to do just that. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say it's really good to be home. It's really good to be back in Loudon County after being in the Deep South and experiencing the food that I heard spoken. So it's good. I'm thankful to be back home and looking forward to it. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Hemstreet, do you have any comments this evening?
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Yubin Lee, and I have 4 comments this evening. First, I'm pleased to report that the national reputation of Loudon Animal Services as a top-notch agency continues to grow. Members of our animal services staff have been chosen to mentor the animal care and control team of Philadelphia, which is the only open admission shelter and animal control provider in the city. Members of our staff are there this week to provide guidance on how to deal with an outbreak of severe respiratory condition that has affected about 150 dogs at the shelter. Loudon was selected for this job by disease management experts at the University of Florida and the Basel Pet Foundation. Second, in the wake of yesterday's house fire in Chantilly, that was caused by a problem with electrical wiring. Loudon fire officials are asking everyone to be aware of electrical hazards in their homes. Residents are reminded to keep their home's electrical system in good repair and to contact a qualified electrician if they have flickering lights, sparks, non-functioning outlets, or need wiring repairs or upgrades. Third, the Loudon County Treasurer's Office reminds taxpayers that personal property taxes are due this Friday, May 5th. The county offers several convenient payment options, including online and by phone. More information can be found on the county's website at loudon.gov/paytaxes. Finally, I think it is appropriate that on this Youth in Government Day, my last comment focuses on good work being done by younger members of our community. Loudon's 4-H Honor Council is sponsoring a book drive to benefit the Loudon Literacy Council. The council is looking for new and used books in good condition. Books are being accepted through May 3rd at the Virginia Cooperative Extension's Loudon office located at 750 Miller Drive, Southeast in Leesburg. Those are my comments this evening, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hemstreet. Student Supervisor Cho.
We will now address the following information items. I-1, Youth and Government Day. I-2, Advisory Commission on Youth, Loudon County Youth Update 2022.
Okay, student supervisors, we're going to have two back-to-back information items regarding Youth and Government Day and a abbreviated information item on the Advisory Commission on Youth. Supervisors, please put your lights on. If your student supervisor colleagues has questions, I will call on you. You can introduce your student supervisor so they can ask the questions they'd like to ask. Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome, and we're ready when you are.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you this evening and would like to thank you for the participation that many of you all did today in Youth and Government Day. I'd like to recap briefly the day with you this evening and talk a little bit and share with the public about this program. Today we had 47 students from across the county participating, with most high schools represented today, as well as private and homeschool students. Every board district was represented today in Youth and Government Day, which is a great accomplishment. The day was developed to give really an inside look into certain aspects of local government and show how impactful local government work is to the creation of community in the areas that we live. After a brief welcome this morning where we talked about planning for capital facilities in Loudon County, the students went through an ideation exercise where they worked in teams and played various roles of staff and members of the Loudon County government to decide how to plan for facilities in our county. At the conclusion of this exercise, they were able to be greeted and meet with Chair Randall, who spoke of her journey leading to where she is today as the chair of the Loudon County Board of Supervisors. And she talked in length and shared in great stories of what it means to her to be a public servant. There was a Q&A session with the chair, and following that, the students were led through yet another exercise on what it takes to plan a community in Loudon County. And this was led by the Morven Park Civic Impact Organization, and the facilitator led the program. Not only had variety of discussion topics, but also then went on to use Legos to actually build a community and show how that is both fulfilling but also challenging at the same time with the development of the communities that we have here. That activity was actually split by lunchtime, where many of you and your staff and county staff were able to join and have good conversation with the student participants this morning. And then this afternoon, after that exercise was done, the students had a chance to meet with Dr. Green Flint, who is a professor at Shenandoah University, who gave the keynote session discussion and then open discussion surrounding leadership. And that brings us to the final part of the day where the students have joined us to see what it is actually like to participate and observe a Board of Supervisors business meeting, with many of them participating with you on the dais this evening. So I do want to take the opportunity to thank all of the students that participated today. I know in talking with my staff, they were very pleased with what happened today and the interactions with the students that were here, very impressed with the students. And I also would like to take the opportunity to thank my staff for putting the work into this, particularly Ray Walker and Christina Haig, who were the leads on this. Now, I know last year's program was a success, although it was offered virtually. But I think we can all agree that the personal interaction that we have being in person and together really is what makes this this program a success, and I do believe that today was a success as well. So again, I want to thank you for allowing us to run this program, participating in this program. And Madam Chair, if there are questions or comments, we can certainly take those at this time, or we can roll into.
Let's roll in on I-2, and then we'll do questions for both items at once.
Okay, very good. So just a brief update and overview with the Advisory Commission on Youth, or ACOY. This commission consists of 9 representatives appointed by the Board of Supervisors, as you know, to represent your respective districts. It also includes representatives from the Youth Advisory Council, or YAC, as well as several community representatives. We also have liaisons from a wide range of government departments, Loudoun County government departments that participate in the ACOY meetings and the discussions. And ACOY really has been working also to develop the collaboration among many of the community stakeholders that provide programs and assistance, as well as services for youth in the Loudoun County community. If you recall, several years ago, ACOY was instrumental in working with the county administration and county staff to develop the YouthNet event that went off at one of the local high schools. Very successful event, and that brought forth several initiatives that ACOY and staff have been working towards implementing, such as the development of a annual professionally administered youth survey that will go countywide, as well as the development of an information hub and youth forum site, which will be a one-stop shop for information dealing with programs and services and activities specific to youth in Loudoun County. ACOY does make recommendations to the boards on things impacting youth, and the board uses that information to help fund programs or services. And a recent example of that was when ACOY recommended that the Youth After School program be offered in every middle school site across the county. We had not had that in every middle school site, and so through their recommendation and your support through the budget process, that is now a program that is offered to every middle school student, or the opportunity is there for every middle school student across the county. With me at the table this evening is Dr. Jeff Goldman, who has been the chair of ACOY for many years. We've been working together side by side for quite some time, and he is also going to add some information on what ACOY is and is doing.
Thank you, Mr. Turpey.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Chair Randall, Board of Supervisors, and Youth in Government Day participants. As Steve said, I have been a volunteer. I had to look up. It's been over 10 years in volunteering for ACOY, so it's been a pleasure. And as you know, ACOY is all volunteers appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We're a single group that's an advocate for the 80,000 school-aged youth, and then the additional 10 or so thousand on the younger pre-K and the young adult side as well. We have voting representatives from each of the districts in Loudoun County and liaison members from public libraries, the Sheriff's Office, Loudoun County Public Schools, Mental Health Services and Disability Services, the Department of Family Services, Juvenile Court Services, and Loudon Youth, Inc., and the county administration, as well as the Youth Advisory Council. With this year is new. We actually have the Youth Advisory Council as voting members on ACOY. Our mission for ACOY is to serve as that conduit for a Loudoun County youth community by assessing youth needs, advising and making recommendations to the Board of Supervisors about youth programs and issues, foster collaboration among all the stakeholders, and encourage changes in law, policy, and procedures that will improve the wholesome youth development. So we, on purpose, do our State of Loudoun Youth annual report to coincide with Youth in Government Day as an opportunity to share with all of you. For the first time, we had a delay because we have, some good news where we're getting, for the first time, cabinet-level participation from Loudoun County Public Schools. So we're welcome to be able to get input at that high level. Our draft report is going to highlight some important areas such as the youth accomplishments, such as youth-led programming like this effort, or Step Up or Youth Advisory Council, but also includes some concerning trends that we see, like the additional rise in vaping and vaping establishments. Mental health is a big concern as well, school dropout rates, and ultimately making recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. Some of this year's highlights for ACOY: we participated in the Parks and Recreation overall planning initiatives. The YouthNet initiative was mentioned. Loudoun County Public Schools Mental Health Task Force, and also the bicycle and pedestrian wayfinding signage as it pertains to youth. We had guest speakers at our meetings in areas like suicide with the Ryan Bartel Foundation as guest speakers, child psychiatrists and experts at major private practice, as well as other mental health concerns. We had an EMT first responder talk about drug use as well, and drug overdose. So in a nutshell, what ACOY's mission is to be that voice for all of the youth in Loudon and present things that we find generally data-driven, as well as observations that we get from our youth and speakers, and recommend what policy changes can be done to help improve those needs of youth. And this time, happy to take any questions.
Well, first of all, thank you. Mr. Goldman, serving for 10 years is a very long time, and it's very important work, so thank you very much. Mr. Torpey, as always, you know how I feel about Parks and Rec, especially CASA and YAS programs, so really appreciate that. Supervisors and student supervisors, if you have questions or comments for Mr. Torpey or Mr. Goldman, please put your light on. Ms. Umstad's student supervisor, student supervisor, say your last name again? Hernandez. Yes, sir.
I had a question. Does ACOY reach out to private nonprofits to learn what the nonprofits are observing? Talking like specifically groups like Mobile Hope that work with young people.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the YouthNet that I mentioned earlier was really made up when we first came up with the idea of YouthNet. It was a community-based program that went out and engaged with the nonprofits, engaged with the faith-based organizations, anybody that was doing something for youth, whether that was programming, whether that was services, studies, things along those lines, and brought them in. And so, yes, people like Mobile Hope, they were at the table when we were developing the YouthNet program, and still get contacted with requests for participation in what ACOY is doing.
I think Mobile Hope is also going to be a guest speaker later this year.
Thank you, thank you to that. Superintendent Glass? Supervisor Glass?
And you may want to introduce your students. Supervisor Glass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My student for today, the student supervisor for today is Nikki Shaw.
Hi, I was wondering what inspired PCRS to give students the opportunity such as the Youth and Government Day?
So one of the things that PRCS is always trying to do is expand the type of programming and services that we have here in Loudoun County. Traditionally, when you think of Parks and Recreation, you think of athletics, but there's so much more that can be done, and we try to do that, whether it's the Battle of the Bands, where we try to provide people with artistic opportunities, the ability to gather and create their own sense of community. And we sensed that this was a program that was needed here in Loudoun County, that there was interest out there. And also with those of us who are in the career of providing service at the local level, we knew that it was a program that would appeal to a lot of students and to learn about local government, and it's been fairly successful today.
And what do you hope that programs such as this accomplish for students specifically?
Well, for me, it would be the understanding of what local government is, A lot of people don't understand the behind the scenes, what goes on behind the scenes to make government happen. But also, I would certainly hope that there instills a desire and a passion to serve, because anyone who works in the public sector, they have that calling to serve. And so giving them an opportunity to learn about that is what I hope to achieve.
Thank you.
The best youth programs are the youth-led programs.
Thank you, Student Supervisor Shaw. Supervisor Briskman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Student Supervisor Nora Timish has a couple questions.
So where in laws and policies has ACOI affected change?
That's a good one. So there have been a number of things that we've done in the past. So the Sheriff's Department introduced a cyberbullying program to make it uniform across all groups after we presented the broadened picture of school bullying and concerns of youth, that it isn't just a physical or an in-person issue, it's a cyber issue. Steve mentioned the youth after school programs in the middle schools was not available to all students, and so we made sure that became available. Teen centers and libraries became an item that for the future libraries would have a dedicated space for teens. So there are a number of different things of that sort that we like to think we've helped.
And have any youths ever mentioned why bathrooms are being closed at schools, and if so, why? It happens at my school, at Dominion High School in the Algonquin District.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Have any youths mentioned why bathrooms are being closed at schools?
Yeah,
like youth representatives of ACOI?
Ms. Briskman, if you want to clear up that question, feel free.
All the bathrooms but one at Dominion High School have been shut down since the students got back from spring break. So Student Supervisor Timish is wondering if any of the ACOI youth representatives have brought that up to you, because it's her understanding that it happens across the county from time to time.
Yeah, so nothing I'm aware of. I mean, so Youth Advisory Council is part of ACOI, and in general, YAC does have a representative from each of the schools, including Dominion. We have not heard of that directly. There, in issues regarding bathrooms, things that has been talked about in the past regarding bathrooms is a place that is often used for activities that are not appropriate for school, like drug use and things like that. And there are bathrooms that students avoid. We've heard that from youth. But as far as particulars for the school, that might be an LCPS question to ask.
Say
thank you.
Thank you, Student Supervisor Timish. Supervisor Buffington.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have the honor of introducing Ms. Ava Tariki from Independence High School, who has a couple of questions for you.
Thank you. My question is regarding your findings about vaping in youth. Some people believe that vaping and e-cigarette companies target youth in their marketing and advertisement campaigns. Do you think that this is a problem that's affecting our teens, and how are we going to counter this if the answer is yes?
The answer is definitely yes. Our report shows again just the significant growth in the number of vape shops available in the county itself. So even though you have laws and restrictions about who you can sell who the consumers are allowed to be, still you find that they find vaping and those kinds of things find their way into youth's hands, somewhere or another. So our recommendations mainly have to do with peers informing other students, as opposed to a sheriff's office not saying to discontinue. We're simply saying that often more effective, the students listen to other students. And so when you have that that sort of peer mentoring, maybe if the issue's at the middle school, you have high school students. If the issue is, further down in the middle school, you have maybe at the 8th grade or 9th grade level, talking to 5th and 6th graders that help reinforce that this is going to hurt you in the long term. You're using vaping. It's not safer than smoking for you or anything like that. So the other angle that ACOI has recommended is education on the parent side. The general consensus is, and as a parent myself, it's like, no way my kids do that. And that's kind of the attitude. And so the education to understand how, vaping and vaping tools can be hidden, they're not USB drives. There are other things that you have to watch out for. So an education, and that's something that we also work with in the Sheriff's Department for.
Thank you. I believe that there's a school district in Virginia taking legal action against these vaping or e-cigarette companies. Is that something that you believe that we should be pursuing?
It's hard for me to separate personal and ACOI's beliefs here on what to do. So as far as ACOI, we would advise, and our position is, here's the data showing the growing problem.
Time is up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Oh, that works.
You can let her finish speaking, but I didn't tell her that part. So
Nope, I think I'm finished.
She's like, time is up.
Thank you.
That was perfect. That was perfect. They can finish the answer if they'd like to. Are you guys done, or you have more you want to say on that?
I think that's good. We recommend changes, things that can be done. It is a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, student Supervisor Tariki. Supervisor Turner.
No, that was my question. You answered it. Thank you.
Supervisor Letourneau.
Yes, student supervisor Anisha Kaniti. Did I say that right? Okay, Kaniti, sorry. From Rockridge High School has a question.
So you mentioned how there's YAC representatives at ACOI. So what perspective do you believe they provide to the committee?
So YAC is fantastic for us because it is the most direct, closest thing we have to youth input as it happens. And YAC, since they have representatives from each of the schools, they can provide their perspective that they see from the student body at the schools. So we often pulse them, surveys informally, get some information and suggested paths. So the more youth we interact with at ACOI, the better we're able to advocate for youth needs.
Thank you, student supervisor Vichy. Supervisor, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce student attorney Angela Gutierrez from Woodgrove High School.
Hello. My question is, so when you were discussing about suggesting peer mentoring of students to younger students, how exactly would that work? Would you be reaching out to a select group of students and inform them about the information about the harm of it, or is it just like their own knowledge, or how do you know that they will be getting that information down to other students?
So the goal here is the message delivery coming from a peer, not forcing the peers to come up with what that message is, unless we have cases where they have firsthand experience, and sometimes that happens. So what we try to do there is there's plenty of information out there from Sheriff's Office to other training programs to some of the nonprofits, and we can use that information when the older students are taught. Then they can take that and in their own words prepare that for a peer relationship. That's how we envision that working.
Thank you, student supervisor. Supervisor Kirschner?
Oh, good. I got seen. Amazing. I would like to introduce student supervisor Marley Marasini from the Catoctin District, who attends Heritage, correct? Or not Heritage, I meant Woodgrove, sorry. No, my mistake. Woodgrove High School. She has a question.
I personally have never heard of YAC, so how do you typically promote this to Loudon youth?
So we have a good working relationship with the schools, and typically when we are looking to fill positions, we'll reach out to the schools, and there will be recommendations that come from the schools to sit on the Youth Advisory Council.
Thank you, student supervisor Marasinis. Supervisor Sainz?
Hi, my question is, will Roby High School be able to participate in Youth and Government Day next year, and as well as ACOI?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a follow-up question was, why were they not participating this year?
This year, because of the timing of when we started planning for this, we sent out a general request for students to go online and sign up. Typically, we have had the opportunity to work directly with the schools and get that information out. That did not happen this year, so next year we'll be back doing that specifically with them, as well as the type of thing that we did this year to solicit students.
For ACOI, you're always welcome to a meeting anytime, and as far as YAC, they open to members throughout the year.
Student Supervisor Troy, do you have questions? No. I really do look forward to your report, and it doesn't have to be in 2 weeks. It can be whenever it's ready, because it's more important to me that the report is full and complete than it is fast. I will say some of the things the students ask up here, it's really given me a lot of concern. I do believe that if bathrooms are being closed in schools, that's a problem. It's an LCPS issue more than an ACOI issue, but it's certainly not the answer. If substances and other things are happening in bathrooms, you don't close the bathrooms, forcing everybody to one bathroom. You figure out what's happening in the bathrooms and get a handle on that. And so that was a fantastic question, I will say, and something that I'd like to have more information about, but I will check with LCPS on that. I would also, when you guys come back with your report, I'd like to know what substances are being used, because sometimes we will hyper-focus on a certain substance, and we then minimize other substances, and especially for young people, there's no substance we should be minimizing. I actually don't like the term gateway drug, because that's not really a real term. For some substances, it's the only term. It's the only thing the person will use. So it's not a gateway. It's what you walk through. It's their substance that they use all the time. But I'd like to know if you do know what that looks like. As far as our substance use, any information on youth suicidology, I'd like to have that. And I believe that's probably all. But and then of course any help that the Board of Supervisors can be to ACOI or just our youth in general, if that's in the report or not in the report, that I would like to know that as well. So I really do appreciate the student supervisors asking really enlightening questions. That's why I wanted this to be in front of them, because they're going to know things that we're just not going to know. Things are going to be happening in their schools they're going to know about that we're just never going to know about, and that happened here today. So to the student supervisors, thank you very much for all that. Okay, supervisors and student supervisors, I had planned on doing an action item right now, but we are at 6 o'clock. And so instead of doing that, because we just don't have time to get off the dais and get the students out of here in time, what I will do instead is go to board disclosures. So if anyone has disclosures they'd like to make, you can hand those to your student supervisor, and the student supervisors can make your disclosures. Student supervisors, what we're doing right now is if we met with anyone who has an applicant coming before our board, or if anyone who has an application coming before our board gave any of the board members a campaign donation in the last 12 months, that has to be reported right now, and so people know what's going on. So if you have If you have disclosures you'd like to make, you won't find that on your paper. You'll find that with your supervisor. And so we'll have those made before we take our break. We'll take our break and we'll come back and go straight into the proclamations. Supervisor Troy, why don't you call on Mr. Turner first?
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Madam Student Chair, I guess is the correct terminology. Very brief comments. The May Transportation Land Use Committee has been canceled. I want to make sure everybody knows that. We've added a TLUC meeting to Wednesday, June 1st at 6 p.m. That'll be held here in the boardroom. Next Monday, May 9th at 6:30 p.m., Supervisor Glass and I will be holding a town hall meeting with the Broadlands Homeowners Association to discuss the application for Hyde Park. This meeting will be held at Eagle Ridge Middle School. And then I will be holding a virtual Ashburn Town Hall on May 26th at 6:30 p.m., which will be broadcast on my Facebook page. And for more information, please contact my legislative aide, Joel Gicker, at joel.gicker@loudon.gov. And I would like to introduce my student supervisor, Castor Kaiser. She is a senior at Stonebridge and has been accepted to NYU, I'm pleased to say. And she spoke with me today at lunch, and I was extremely impressed with the number of leadership positions she's volunteered to take up in her high school, and I'm very pleased with that she's been accepted and happy to help her in any way I can, and she will read my disclosures.
On Wednesday, April 20th, Supervisor Turner attended a strategy presentation hosted by Dominion Energy for elected officials and staff. Later that day, Supervisor Turner's staff spoke with Colleen Gillies of Coley LLP to discuss the application for Hyde Park. On Friday, April 22nd, Supervisor Turner and his staff joined Chair Randall's office and Supervisor Glass's office for a meeting with Colleen Gillies from Coley LLP to discuss the application for Fleetwood South. On Monday, April 25th, Supervisor Turner's staff attended pre-application meetings for Belmont Industrial rezoning and Ridgetop Circle substation. Later that day, Supervisor Turner's staff and him met with the chair of Leesburg Executive Airport Commission, Dennis Boykin, to discuss an aviation easement for the Leesburg Executive Airport. On Tuesday, April 26, Supervisor Turner and his staff met with Victoria Seeskin, Todd Aaron, and David Fiedler from SDC Capital Partners, as well as Ron Meyer from RMA LLC to discuss the pre-application for Belmont Industry South. On Thursday, April 28th, Supervisor Turner met with Colleen Gillies of Coley LLP to discuss the applications for Fleetwood South and True North. And later that day, Supervisor Turner met with Scott Kasperwitz to discuss the widening of Route 15.
Great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Turner. Supervisor Buffington?
Supervisor Buffington has no required disclosures and will save his comments for the agenda until we reach that portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Supervisor Buffington.
I just saved you all 5 minutes.
Supervisor Umstadt?
On April 6th, Supervisor Umstadt met with Rick DeBella, Eric Dickman, Colleen Gillis, and Stan Settle to discuss the Fleetwood South application.
Thank you, Supervisor Umstadt. Supervisor Glass?
On Monday, April 25th, Supervisor Glass's team participated in a pre-application meeting with Andrew Toll of Dewberry regarding PRAP 2022-0027 Ridgetop Circle Substation. On Tuesday, April 26th, Supervisor Glass's staff spoke with Colleen Gillis of Cooley regarding ZMAP 2020-0004 Fleetwood South.
Thank you, Supervisor Glass. Supervisor Letourneau?
On April 20th, Supervisor Letourneau my staff spoke with representatives of Raspberry Falls about Route 15 CPAM. On Tuesday, April 26th, Supervisor Letourneau spoke with Randy McHugh of Walsh College regarding Thayer Road.
Thank you, Supervisor Letourneau. Supervisor Briskman?
On April 26th, Supervisor Briskman, Chief of Staff, had a call with Trip Hook on the Dulles Cloud South proposal. On April 28th, Supervisor Briskman's Chief of Staff met with developers of Cascades Marketplace in DTCI. April 29th, Julie Briskman had a call with Matt Leslie of Walsh Colucci about the Villas of Cascades. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Briskman. Supervisor Sains?
Did you get Supervisor Kirshner?
No.
Yeah. Don't skip me.
I'm sorry. That's my fault, Supervisor Kirshner.
Supervisor Kirshner?
Thank you very much. And my student supervisor, I think that's the proper name, right? Marley Maracini. I just wanted to follow up on what Mr. Turner said, just a little bit about her. She is going to be attending Virginia Tech. That's her plan, right? To study engineering. But she enjoys reading, history, and a number of other things. So she's very smart. I think she's probably the smartest one up here. That's my opinion. But, you know, I'm sure everybody other supervisor would disagree. I did ask her how she got chosen to sit. She says they needed someone from Catoctin. So apparently we need more participation from Catoctin.
No, there was plenty of
Oh, there was?
It was
A lottery.
Luck
Oh,
of the draw.
it was luck of the draw. Okay, well, we like that. I do have one disclosure she's going to read off for me.
Well, I am happy to report that Supervisor Kirshner also met with Colleen Gillis last Tuesday on Fleetwood South application. It was a lovely meeting.
Thank you, Supervisor Kirshner. Supervisor Sains?
All right.
Come back to you.
No, you got it. All right, so what should I start off with? All right, so just disclosure on Washington Gas Green Hydrogen on April 25th. Ridgetop Circle Substation, PRAP, which staff attended on April 25th. Richland Forest HOA virtual meeting on April 28th, which staff attended. And a community church call with Pastor Charlie Whitlow on May 2nd.
Thank you, Supervisor Sains. Back to Supervisor Turner for another statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for this minor breach in etiquette. I just wanted to express my sincere appreciation to the student supervisors here tonight. As a direct result of your presence here tonight, we are having dinner at 6:15 instead of 10:30 when we usually have dinner here on these board meetings.
Thank you, Supervisor Turner.
Thank him for that. Thank him for that.
Okay.
Oh, for God's sake.
Now, Chair Randall's disclosures. My staff met with Colleen Gillis about Fleetwood South application. I talked to Chuck Kunn about Thayer Road today.
All right, so student supervisors, I wish I could keep you all longer. If I could, I'd keep you all at least through a couple more items, but I have a feeling your parents are all sitting out waiting for you. You are going to go have dinner with us before you leave. I have to say, I have thoroughly enjoyed, Youth in Government is my favorite day, and I have thoroughly enjoyed having you all today. And as I said before, none of the supervisors on this dais are doing this job for today. We're doing this job for all of you, because you all are the future who comes after us. And so I hope, and in fact, I hope and pray that we earn your support and respect in the job that we are doing, because you really are the reason we're doing it. On that, Student Supervisor Cho, how about you put us in break? Oh, where are we going? We're going to the Dulles room, I do believe. So, we are adjourned.
We are
recess.
Recess.
We're in recess.
We are recess.
There you go. All right. Hey, before everyone leaves the dais, they want to try to get a picture of all of us. I don't know how that's going to work, but let's give it a shot. Everyone can just stand behind their supervisor in the chair, I guess, maybe. But then we're going to try to get a picture. Okay, so we have 5 people, so I'm starting. I'm starting because we have a healthy agenda to go. And so we're going to go on and do the resolutions first. For the resolution for AAPI month, Ms. Glass and Mr. Paterno will join me down front. Mr. Buffington has, no, he doesn't. For Emergency Medical Services Week, Mr. Turner will be joining me down front. For Physical Fitness and Sports Month, I will be joining Mr. Turner down front. For Lyme Disease Awareness Month, I'm going to ask Miss Walk Through the Woods, Miss Umstead, to join me down front. And as well as for the Proclamation for Small Business Week, as the Chair of Finance, Ms. Umstead will join me down front. Earth Day, I will be joining Ms. Brixman down front. And Older Americans Day, I don't know who. I'm going to have Mr. Saines join me for Older Americans. How's that sound? Yeah, well, I wasn't, yeah, so, yeah. Thank you.
I thought I was going to take that shot a week ago.
No, I'll have Mr. Saines join me down that. So, would everyone who is here for AAPI, Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders Heritage Month, please join me in the front.
Thank you. This one?
That's what I'm looking for.
There you go.
There we go. All right, on either side of me, everyone, please. That'd be good. Before I was chair of the board, I came to the board in 2007, and I asked the board why they didn't have a proclamation for African American History Month. And at the time, the chair was a man named Scott York. He said something to me that I thought was very correct and very poignant. He said, "You're the community. Why don't you write it? You should write that yourself." And I thought, he's right. I should write that myself. And ever since then, I have. Well, this is our first time really doing a formal proclamation for AAPI month, and it is appropriate and right that the community actually leads this effort. So I got a phone call from Canon Srinivasan, and he and I met at Starbucks, and we talked about this, and I said to him, okay, why don't you write it yourself? Then I came to find out that Supervisor Glass, Supervisor Letourneau were already working on it. And so we combined the effort and we did it all together. And so this is kind of the first one that came not just through the board, but through the citizens of the county, as it should. And so I'm going to read the proclamation. Mr. Letourneau, Ms. Glass has the person they want to hand it to. I will hand mine to Mr. Srinivasan, and we'll go from there, okay? So, proclamation recognizing Asian American, and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Whereas, the month of May was originally chosen as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month to commemorate the immigration of the first Japanese citizen, Nakahamo Majuro, to the United States on May 7, 1843, but also the anniversary of the May 10, 1869, completion of the first transcontinental railroad built with the back-breaking labor of nearly 20,000 Chinese immigrants. And whereas within the Loudon County community, the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders population has grown from 9,172 in 2000 to currently 99,363 living in Loudon, which is about 23.59% of Loudon's population. And whereas the AANHPI community is a diverse population of over 45 ethnicities and over 100 language and dialects, millions of Americans representing several nations who trace their ancestry to Asia. Hawaii and the Pacific Islands have contributed to our society in various aspects, including healthcare, technology, business, education, politics, arts, science, and community service. And whereas Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders have been serving on the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic in healthcare, nonprofits, law enforcement, first responders, transportation, supermarkets, and other service industries, while facing increasing rates of anti-Asian harassment and violence. And whereas Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders have a long and storied record of contributing to the culture, development, and history of Loudon County, including Suha Subramaniam, who was the first Indian American legislator elected to the Virginia General Assembly. He was here a little earlier. He represents the 87th House District. Irene Shin, who was the first Korean American legislator elected to the Virginia General Assembly, representing the 86th House District. And Ed Wong, as a graduate of Stonebridge High School, who in 2010 was drafted into the NFL as the first Chinese American player. And whereas Loudon County has a sister city partnership with Noida, India, New Taipei, Taiwan, Goyang and Gangneung cities in Korea to foster mutually beneficial cooperation and exchanges in key areas of business, culture, history, and education. And whereas Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders make our country and nation more vibrant and inclusive through the diversity of cultures, languages, and religions. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Loudon County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders Heritage Month in Loudon County and recognizes the contributions of the AANHPI community. I will say that there's normally an organization who is the keeper of the records. And so normally, like for African American History Month, is NACP. So normally every year that the keeper of the records gets a proclamation. I will leave it up to you all to decide who will be the keeper of your record. And so then, as we do this every year, that organization will have a proclamation for all time and memoriam. But I will right now first hand the microphone to my colleague, Mr. Letourneau.
Thank you, Chair Randall. Just want to recognize the incredibly vibrant and diverse community that we have here in Loudon County. Loudon County as a whole, almost 24%, but actually in the Dulles district that I represent in southern part of the county, it's close to 40%. So I really thank you so much for all the contributions that you make to our community, to our schools, to our culture, and I've gotten to know many of you, and it's been a real honor. I know we have Kali from the food pantry. I want to specifically recognize you tonight. The Dulles South Soup Kitchen is a relatively new organization that just, I think, kind of epitomizes the spirit of giving to the community that we see in Loudon. So if you want to just take a quick moment and kind of talk a little bit about what you've been up to.
Well, thank you. At the Dulles South Soup Kitchen, I'm a board member. What we do there is offer cooked meals to members people in the community, and we've served 20,000 meals last year, and we are looking to double it this year.
That was just the first year, right?
That was just the first year. Where we need help right now is to find a kitchen, a location, a permanent kitchen where we could, do the cooked meals. Right now we have a temporary location, so just wanted to let people know about it in case anybody knows. Let us know, dssk.org, Dulles South Soup Kitchen. Thank you.
Today is just a wonderful day. earlier I had just given a message to Aisha on her the national championship for gymnastics, and just very proud of her and what her being a part of Loudoun County and in this community, and just being a bright star and showing representing her community. I just want to just say that I'm just grateful that we have a wonderful community here, and our diversity is just great, and it's wonderful to see this today. Thank you.
I do want to note a few people. Carl Rush is here. Carl is our the director of our equity and inclusion in Loudoun County, and so this is so important for you to be standing here with us, Carl. Thank you. I want to recognize Ram Beketchalam, who is the chair. You are the chair, right, of the Transit Advisory Board, which you all do great work, and it's hard work and very, very important. And I think it's going to get more busy as the metro pulls in, you know, soon we hope.
No, I was saying, believe it or not, in the last few months or a year, our Transit Advisory Board agenda has grown, working in partnership with supervisors and whatnot. Great things happening in Loudoun County on the transit side. So.
And I really want to recognize Cannon Sweeny-Boston, who, as I said, called me, and we sat down and we met, and he was very gracious. He didn't say, "Why aren't we doing this?" He said, "I think we should do this, and this is why." And I said, "Cannon," I had literally just been talking to my staff about this, and I said to my staff, "I'm not going to do it from my office. I have to have the community has to do it." And then it was like literally the next day, Cannon and I met, and he said we want to do this, and so I am so pleased with that. And you have been involved in so many of our commissions and committees as well in Loudoun County. So thank you. I just want to thank you all, and I will repeat what Mr. Letourneau said. The fact that we have such a vibrant community in Loudoun County makes us stronger. Like our diversity makes us stronger. It's a good thing. It's what we build on. So that's what we're doing here. We're building a strong community for all of us. So let's. Oh, I'm sorry, Harris. I'm sorry, Harris Medhevi is the first AAHPI person on our school board from the Ashburn district. Can we give Harris a hand clap, please? So let's figure out how to take a picture. Harris, I'm going to give you a copy. Okay. Oh, okay. Then there you go. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now you guys want to open them and then turn them around so everyone can see what you're holding, so not just holding a big blue envelope.
We're going to have to scrunch a little more, please. Say it again. Hey, we gotta do the business. We gotta do the work.
That is for approval, right? It's for approval and presentation? Yeah, it is. Okay. Emergency Medical Services Week. Okay, yeah. But everyone here for Emergency Medical Services Week, come down, please. One of these, really? What are these? Disease awareness. Oh, there's too much going on up here. You check and see if any of those are emergency medical services for me. I have no idea what that's from. It was for approval last time. Okay. All right. Hi. Come closer. The chief closer to me? Yeah, we can trade places.
Huh?
I want to stand by the chief. Okay, wouldn't it? Okay. All right, we have a proclamation for Emergency Medical Services Week. Whereas emergency medical services are vital public services and emergency medical services providers deliver life-saving care that dramatically improves survival and recovery rates of those who suffer sudden illnesses or injury. And whereas the emergency medical service system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedic, public safety telecommunicators, firefighters, law enforcement officers, educators, administrators, nurses, physicians, and trained members of the public. And whereas the Fire and Rescue Emergency Medical Services members, career and volunteers engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic placed considerable strain on first responders across the nation, especially emergency medical services providers who have risen to the challenge, providing not only critical emergency services, but also logistical support for our Loudon County Health Department partners. And whereas our community is truly fortunate to be served by our dedicated emergency medical services providers, now therefore be it resolved that the Loudon County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 15th through 21, 2022 as Emergency Medical Services Week in Loudon County in honor and recognition of our emergency services personnel and the vital contributions they make to the safety and well-being of our community. We encourage the community to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Having gone down to a county that doesn't have half of the services, doesn't have an eighth of the services that we have, I came back. I'm always humbled by you all, and I'm always grateful, but I came back kind of overwhelmed at what you all do every day, and the fact that our department extended a hand, not just outside of the area, but outside to a whole nother state. I think you all are just magnificent, and you've had to do a lot lately. There've been just a slew of incidents lately for various reasons that the emergency services technicians had to address. So thank you very much. I'm going to hand you the microphone, sir.
I'm going to turn it over to our Operational Medical Director, Dr. Morgan, in just a second. But this year's theme is Rising to the Challenge for 2022. And I can't think of a more fitting theme for what we've had to endure, for all of us, but especially our folks that are out there riding the units every day and picking up patients from the beginning of COVID when we really didn't know anything, quite frankly. And we were picking up patients and we didn't know, running low on gear and PPE and all of that. But for the last 2 years, we have certainly risen to the challenge. I want to acknowledge the captain to my right, Captain Ortiz, and she is one of a few captains that have been assigned, in addition to her normal job as an EMS supervisor, as one of our family liaisons. And they have tracked daily every one of our positive and quarantine members of our system. Over the course of COVID, and still ongoing today, we've had 824 people quarantined. These are firefighters and EMS personnel, 824, and 381 of them have been COVID positive in some form or fashion, on duty or off duty. And they have tracked every single person, every hour they've been off, along with others in our system from HR and all that. But they have kept in contact with those folks every day, walked them through the process, got them back to work and all of that. So thank you, Captain Martiste, and some of the other captains that have done that every day. So Dr. Morgan, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Chief. Yeah, I would just echo that, rising to the challenge. In addition to all those duties, Nicole Artiste is also the person who's been at the vaccine pod, giving vaccinations at the Dulles Center, done some in homes and nursing homes around Loudoun County during COVID. And she's also our EMS captain who's given the most pre-hospital blood transfusions, which is a new program that we rolled out during the pandemic just because we didn't have enough else going on. So we rise to the challenge, and it's a great opportunity to thank individuals such as Captain Artiste, who really go above and beyond every shift they work and are ready and prepared for whatever may be given to them on any given day. So thank you.
I just learned of the pre-hospital blood transfusion program. Do you mind talking about that just a little bit more?
Certainly. So it's evolved over the course of the past few years from a program where we could request blood to the scene, which was instigated after the Evergreen Mills bus crash. We now carry blood on 2 vehicles, one in eastern Loudon, one in western Loudon, such that if blood is needed immediately on scene, we have it available. And we've given, we typically give about 1 transfusion a month now. And this is before the patient gets to the hospital, which is a big game changer in terms of life-saving from trauma predominantly.
And just to add, you know, most of us in our department, half of us in our department get paid to do this as a career, but we have to acknowledge our volunteers that certainly do this for no compensation. They do this to serve their communities. They have given countless hours at the pod to give vaccines on their own time and running calls and supplementing everything that we do and running first out on calls too. So thank you to all of our career and volunteer members that are part of our system.
All right, let's take a, Mr. Attorney, anything you want to say? Let's take a picture. All right, Physical Fitness Month. He is not here. Lyme Disease Awareness Month. That is you, Miss Umstep. Please, ma'am. Who is coming down from that? Yes, please. Would everybody here for Lyme Disease Awareness Month, please come down. Ms. Brooksman, that's yours. For Lyme Disease Awareness Month, please come down, please. How are you? I'm very good. Okay. There we go. Turpy, how you doing? Now, I gotta tell you, I know anyone can get Lyme disease. I'm also in trouble. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for being here. Whereas the health and safety of all Loudon residents is important to the happiness, prosperity, and well-being of our communities. And whereas, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Lyme disease is the most commonly reported vector-borne illness in the United States, and if left untreated, can cause fevers, swollen lymph glands, muscle aches, fatigue, facial palsy, cardiovascular issues, as well as neurological effects. And whereas 131 new cases of Lyme disease was reported in Loudoun County in 2021, and whereas the CDC estimates that a total number of people diagnosed with Lyme disease is roughly 10 times higher than the yearly reported number. Many cases over the last 2 years that may have gone undiagnosed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas checking for ticks, proper tick removal, and disinfection of the tick bite are imperative, and if done properly, can aid in the prevention of the disease. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Loudoun County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 22 as Lyme Disease Awareness Month. Wow, those are some serious stats. Mr. Torp, would you like to say anything?
And I would like to thank the board for recognizing this month as Lyme Disease Awareness Month. The commission does great work, and the one thing that I would just say is you can go outside, you can enjoy the outside, the outdoors, as long as you follow the recommendations that are out there, and that is things such as staying on the trails when you are in the parks, that is making sure you're doing tick checks every night, checking your animals before they come inside. Those small things make a big difference in the help in the prevention or spread, help stopping the spread of Lyme disease in the community. So get out, decide, enjoy it, but also take those precautions.
So I have a question that I'm going to try to ask in a way that doesn't sound gross. So, so I've had people say that they've gone out with full clothes on, like long sleeves and everything, and then they find ticks under their armpits or in other sensitive areas. What is that? I mean, do they? I mean, are they burrowing through clothing? Or are they going? They're not barreling through clothing.
They're very small, and they can get in any invasive area, and they like things warm and dark, and so that's kind of the pit.
This is why I don't go outside. I did.
The CDC recommends, and it's shown that you take it. The CDC recommends, and it's shown in research, if you take a shower after, the ticks usually will fall off in the shower. So we recommend showers after
right
out.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Let's take a picture.
Ready, 3, 2, 1. Again, 3, 2.
County will take the time to celebrate the resiliency of our small businesses following their difficult journey over the past 2 years. And whereas economic development will share stories of success through an online small business spotlight series, honor our award-winning businesses by hosting an Inc. 5000 alumni reception, and invite our entrepreneurship community to collaborate at 6 Loudon co-working space receptions. Whereas other community events taking place Small Business Week include the Town of Leesburg Small Business Awards and Visit Loudon's annual meeting and luncheon. Now therefore be it resolved on May 3rd, 2022, the Loudon County Board of Supervisors is proud to support and recognize the 11th annual Loudon Small Business Week, May 1st through 7th, 2022. Congratulations.
Yeah, so the theme that we've chosen for this year is economic resiliency. Our small businesses really, took it on the chin for the past couple of years. Lots of them had to close and open, and it was really, really hard. And we got to speak personally to thousands of them while we were helping them to get grants, which we really thank the board. That was a huge lifeline, and you really got to know these small businesses, and that's why we recommended adding more positions, because we realized that we're not serving enough of them. And so really thankful for everything the board has done, and just excited about everything we're doing this week for small businesses. If you want to know more about it, just go to loudonsmallbiz.org, and it'll go through all the activities. We've got here Richie Parsons from Venture X, who manages and owns really a co-working space in Loudon. And the co-working spaces have really become much more important for small businesses because it allows them to really find a space without a lot of red tape. And you'd be surprised at the diversity of businesses that try this, not just locally, but we have international companies that want to go into co-working spaces first. So I just want to introduce Richie and let him talk a little bit about what they're doing at Venture X.
Thank you. Yeah, so with COVID, companies were trying to figure out how they could game out surviving or growing or, starting even, being really daring and starting a company. And so co-working really provides them the ability to dip their toe in the water without having to bite off a huge risk, a huge chunk of risk or liability. And I would say most of our members, we have over 70 companies in our space in Loudon. We're one of a few co-working places in Loudon County. Honored to be chosen to host events this week for Small Business Week. Most of our companies fall into the category of they live in Loudon, most of their people live in Loudon, and they want to stay in Loudon. They don't want to drive. They don't want to drive east anymore. And so we have a large selection of folks who fall in that category. But the other category is people who are coming from the east saying, we're really interested in Loudon, but we haven't had an opportunity to try it out because we don't want to take a long-term lease. We don't want to sign on to all these commitments. We want to test out that market. And so we have a lot of folks who are just testing out the Loudon market in our space. And I think what they'll find is what we found is Loudon County is a phenomenal place to do business. It's a phenomenal place to live, work, and raise a family. And at Venture X, we're trying to help everybody with the work part. And so we have over 70 companies. We've been open 8 months. We're about 80% full. People doing biotech, cybersecurity, financial planning, attorneys, marketing companies. I mean, it just... we have a website, venturex.com. You can toggle to Loudon or Ashburn. You can come see us right in Loudon. We're across from the Yard Milkshake Bar. Most people recognize that reference. So if you're standing at the Yard and look up, you'll see our sign. We're on the third. We have the whole third floor of the new office building in Loudon and half the second floor. Substantial space. We have about 85 offices, but we only have about a dozen left. So we do have co-working options too. We really have stuff to accommodate any size business or solopreneur, medium, large companies. So, but thank you for recognizing Small Business Week. Thank you for everything Loudon County Economic Development does. You guys have been so helpful to us and to other businesses in our space. So thank you.
Thank you. What a great idea. Thank you. All right, you want to say anything, Ms. Umstead, as finance chair? No? Let's take a picture.
All right, ready, 3,
keep that, and I'm going to get you one as well. Okay, you're welcome. Thank you, thank you. Okay, and Earth Day, Miss Brixman, I am joining you down here. Yeah, I'm so sorry I lost it last time. Where's Jim at? Miss You came back again. Thank you. Remember we did this last time, but the proclamation disappeared. Remember that? Remember that? That's what we're doing it again. But Miss Brixman's here. We did.
It kind of worked out.
So it kind of worked out.
Natalie Pien is also on WebEx.
Okay. Wonderful.
Sure. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. And we are doing a belated Earth Day resolution. Thank you for coming back. Whereas a sound natural environment is foundational to a healthy society and a robust economy, and whereas local communities can do their part to mitigate environmental degradation and continue building a healthy society by promoting energy conservation, sustainable land use policies, and public transit. And whereas Loudon County can be a leader in identifying, prioritizing, and implementing resilience and sustainability strategies in renewable energy and natural resources. And whereas Loudon County established an environmental commission as well as committed to rewriting our energy plan, a comprehensive 30-year roadmap of energy strategies for the county government and community to reduce energy consumption, improve energy efficiency, reduce energy costs, and facilitate energy conservation in the county facilities. And whereas the Loudon County Board of Supervisors recognizes April 19th, 2022 as Earth Day and commits itself to undertaking programs and projects that enhance our community's natural environment, and whereas let it be known that Loudon County hereby encourages its residents, businesses, and institutions to recognize Earth Day to celebrate the environment and commit to building a sustainable society. Now therefore be it resolved that the Loudon County Board of Supervisors commits to the support of programs that further the efficient use of clean, renewable energy within its borders. Thank you. So we have Jem Bingle here and also Natalie Pien from PEC. Would you like to say a few words?
Just a little bit. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for the new Environmental Commission that you have put in place, and that every day is Earth Day. This is a great way to say, even though it wasn't before, we have a lot of people in Loudoun County who care a lot about the environment, and so we appreciate this recognition.
Natalie, do you have a few words?
Oh, she wants to be
Muted.
You're muted, Natalie.
Am I muted still?
There you go. You're good.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Hello?
We can hear you now, Natalie. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Okay. Oh, we can hear you. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I just want to reiterate what Jem said. It's a great honor to have this proclamation. And she's correct. Every day is Earth Day. Loudoun County is off to a great start. I can't wait to see what the county will do with the Environmental Commission's recommendations as a beginning point. But we have a lot to do, and we have a lot of interest to do so, and a lot of excitement about protecting our environment here in Loudoun County. Thank you.
And the last resolution we have tonight is one of my favorites for a lot of reasons, and that is Older Americans Month. And one of my favorites because I simply love the Area Agency on Aging and all the amazing work they do. So can everybody come down for Older Americans Month? I wish I could change this name. I didn't name it. Mr. Trapper, you should come with them. But everyone come down, please. Mr. Hussein, you're joining me for this.
I tried.
Good to see you. How are you doing? How are you? It's good to see you. You too. Hey, Anthony, how are you? So we're going to have our luncheon this year? September. Okay, very good. Very, very good. All right, it's a resolution for Older Americans Month. Whereas every May, the Administration for County Living, the ACL, leads the nation's observance of Older Americans Month, OAM, and whereas older Americans play vital, positive roles in our communities as family members, friends, mentors, volunteers, civic leaders, and members of the workforce, and whereas Loudoun County's Agency on Aging, AAA, and the Department of Family Services, DFS, will share how planning, participation, accessibility, and making connections all play a role in aging in place. And whereas emphasizing that what each person needs and prefers is unique to them. And whereas community awareness provides an opportunity to hear from, support, and celebrate older Americans in our neighborhoods, networks, and lives. And whereas the 2022 OAM theme is Age My Way, an opportunity for all of us to explore the many ways older Americans can remain in and be involved in their communities. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Loudoun County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim April 2022 as Older Americans Month in Loudoun County and encourages all Loudoun County residents to recognize older Americans and observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. I want to say, I've said this so many times, I have this in my office, this big, huge check. You've seen that check. And it actually is a check to signify how much money the AAA saves our county every year for volunteer hours and the services that you provide. It is absolutely phenomenal. I carry that check with me to events sometimes. If y'all want it back, you can have it back. But I carry it's a very big check. You all do just so many great things in volunteering, so I cannot say how much I appreciate you. So who is speaking right now?
All right. Well, thank you for taking the time and to honor Older Americans Month. As you all know, our society is aging. I've certainly aged. And we can't thank you enough, the Board of Supervisors, the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services for all of the wonderful support that you provide, the Agency on Aging that allows us to provide the many, many wonderful programs and services that we are able to provide. And I thank you dearly.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Sure. I'm Rich Payne with the Commission on Aging, and so we look frequently to the Board of Supervisors for assistance in making the lives of our aging population a little bit better. Cases in point, improving transportation, your focus on low-cost housing, improving the problem of social isolation. All of these elements we're working toward improving, and the Board of Supervisors has been shown phenomenal success in assisting us, so we appreciate that.
Well, it's our pleasure, and please let's keep talking about what the community needs. Let's take a picture. Lynn, I'm going to have you hold that. All right. So the last resolution is actually not being presented by the county. However, Mr. Buffington might want to join. The Loudoun County's Sheriff's Office, the 6th Virginia the 6th Virginia Law Enforcement Professional Standards Commission is doing their reaccreditation. They have asked to come down and do it, and so I'm going to ask everyone to come down. I'm not sure which person is going to do the, okay, there you go. Are you Mr. Craig? Say your last name for me. You're okay. Well, hello. Oh, hello, and welcome to the boardroom. How are you? Absolutely. Thank you for being here. So I'm going to hand you this microphone. And do you want me to hold that while you read it, or are you cool?
Absolutely. That'd be good.
And then when you finish, I will step away so you guys can do your thing.
All right. My name is Todd Klingenpil. I am the program manager for the Virginia Accreditation Center for Law Enforcement. And I'm here on behalf of Bob Mosier, the Secretary of Public Safety for the Commonwealth, and Jackson Miller. He is the Director of the Department of Criminal Justice Services. We went to Sheriff Chapman's agency, and as an accreditation program, we go there and we look at every aspect of their office. We looked at their administration, we looked at their operations, we looked at their personnel, and we looked at their training. Now, when I say we looked at them, we send 3 assessors there, and we go in great depth. And there's 190 standards that they had to abide by. And when I say 190 standards, they're tough standards. And out of those 190 standards, there's 570 individual bullets that we looked at as an accreditation assessor program. Your sheriff's office had 100% compliance in every one of those standards and every one of those bullets. And that is unheard of. On top of that, they did not waive or push aside any standard. What that means is they showed proof for every one of those standards, which again is unheard of in the accreditation world. They showed us that they were a highly professional organization, very enthusiastic, and we had assessors go into every little bit of files. We did ride-alongs with their deputies. We met with their civilian personnel. We met with citizens in the area. And one of the things that stood out, one of our assessors, Gary Coleman, got in the car with Deputy Sullivan, and he worked a patrol district, basically, with Deputy Sullivan. And he found Deputy Sullivan would be highly professional and very enthusiastic about his job and so proud to work for this agency. And so tonight, on behalf of Secretary of Public Safety Bob Mosier, I'm here to present Sheriff Chapman and also Colonel Poland and his staff with this award. It's the 6th accreditation award for their agency. And I know he would like to recognize a few folks here as well.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. First and foremost, I can only echo the comments that the amount of work that takes place to become accredited at the agency of our size is just tremendous. So Major Loudon, Lieutenant Louder, and Chandra Evans, it's their crew that do all the work. My hat is off to you guys. I mean, you folks are top shelf, and you stand up and you represent this agency as nothing but professionalism and true professionals, and the work that you do, it's tremendous, and I can't thank you enough for it. I say it all the time in the oath of office ceremonies, new hires, etc. I'm just as proud to wear this uniform today as I was 26 years ago when I put it on, and it's because of folks like you and the team we have. So thank you very much.
Sorry it took so long. Sorry, I didn't mean for it to take so long. Somebody did not sign that? No. Okay.
Thank you so much.
You want to get one? You good?
Kind of. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Absolutely, thank you.
You can hold this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
I appreciate you all. Thanks so much. All right. Okay, I want to first offer a hearty and no kidding apology for our speakers. We have on our agenda to start speaking. What it says is no earlier than 6 o'clock, but usually people expect us to start at around 6 o'clock. And because of Youth and Government Day, it really threw us off, and that is not the norm. Normally, we start pretty close to the time. And so I do sincerely apologize to people who have waited now almost 2 hours to speak. I apologize. So I'm going to call the speakers. When I call your name, please come to the podium closest to you. A couple of people are on the WebEx, and so we'll go in order of how people signed up. And I will call your names in advance so that you know that you are next. The first speaker is Robert Dilger, followed by Craig Master Peter, and followed by John Lovegrove. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, and it's good to see you again. My name is Dr. Robert Dilger, speaking on behalf of the Falconer community in Luckett concerning the Eastern Bypass option. 30 years ago, I received a telephone call that every parent dreads. My wife, crying, told me that our daughter had been run over by a car in front of her school, was in an ambulance, and on her way to the hospital. You can imagine what was going through my mind as I raced to the hospital that day. My daughter lived. She's recovered and currently resides in Ashburn with her family, my grandkids. But she still has the metal legs in her leg, the metal rods in her leg that the doctors used to put my little girl's leg back together again. So forgive me if I get upset when I see that the Eastern Bypass option would result in 6 lanes of highway surrounding Luckett's elementary school. You can argue that they'll put up fencing or walls to keep the kids safe. But children climb fences, they scale walls, and have a knack for getting into places where they shouldn't be, and I certainly know that. Every parent knows that this is true. Most of the talk about safety in the CPAM has been about cars and trucks hitting other cars and trucks, not children. Please, when thinking about safety, include child safety in your deliberations. The Eastern Bypass option directs all Route 15 traffic right at Luckett's Elementary School. The Western Bypass option directs almost all Route 15 traffic away from the school. That's one of the reasons why John Beatty, our school board member, opposes the Eastern Bypass. As he put in an email to me, a Western Bypass makes more sense. The Western Bypass directs traffic away from and not through an established residential neighborhood. Western Bypass directs traffic away from the new fire station, and unlike the Eastern Bypass, will not slow emergency vehicle response times. Importantly, the Eastern Bypass directly endangers the iconic Luckett's Antique Shops by passing through their shared parking space and outdoor vending space. The whole reason for having a bypass in the first place is to help these small businesses in Luckett's Village thrive. This is Small Business Week. don't threaten their very existence. The choice is clear. Please go west. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. On the WebEx is Craig Master Peter, followed by John Lovegrove, followed by John Ellis.
Good afternoon. I am Craig Masspeter, and I live just south of Hillsborough, just west of Short Hill. I'm speaking to you as a registered voter and taxpayer, a 38-year resident who has lived in both the eastern and western parts of Loudon. Raised and educated my children here and celebrated life here. It is where my wife and I chose to retire after my 39-and-a-half-year career with the U.S. government in national and homeland security. It is home and a privilege to live here. I am also here as a Save Rural Loudon board member. I strongly recommend the Board of Supervisors work to reducing rural zoning densities, particularly in AR1, to protect and preserve rural Loudon for generations to come. We, the tax-paying residents and voters of the county, cannot afford the tangible cost of constructing 10,000 new homes and the resulting 100,000 vehicle trips per day, nor can we afford the intangible costs that will impose on our quality of life and that of future residents. I urge you to change the density of AR1 for cluster housing from 1 dwelling per 5 acres to 1 dwelling per 15 acres in zoning ordinance to avert unnecessary and artificially driven development. SRL and I acknowledge that doing so may reduce the price that residential developers are willing to pay for some large properties. However, breaking the logjam that is holding up a PDR program would help cushion this impact and permanently protect properties that otherwise are likely to be subdivided and developed, incurring long-term costs, specifically higher taxes to current and future residents through public infrastructure and services costs could make the county a less attractive location in which to live, raise, and educate a family, build a sustainable income-generating business, and exodus of tax-paying residents to less expensive jurisdictions would burden those who choose to stay who cannot move because higher taxes and infrastructure must be paid for. It is imperative that the board take decisive action soon to protect rural Loudon and its prime soils and its water, agricultural potential, and historic vistas, viewsheds, and roads. This is the inherent and intent and purpose of the 2019 comprehensive plan, the desire of the residents of the county and your own consistently voiced intentions to keep the rural areas as they are. Much is at risk if we, the board and citizens, do not act now as responsible guardians and stewards of our common heritage and natural abundance. Thank you for your time and attention to this critical matter.
Thank you, sir. John Lovegrove, followed by John Ellis, followed by Phil Barodi.
Hello, Madam Supervisor, members of the board. This is John Lovegrove. I'm here to speak for Save Rural Loudon. We often hear we shouldn't worry about overdevelopment in Loudon rural area because we have conservation easements, and those are the best tool for us to preserve rural areas. I love conservation easements. Many of us have large properties we put into easements. Mine is an open space easement, and we actively encourage our neighbors to consider them. And there have been many successes. But at the same time, we know this tool cannot and will not get the job done. Despite our success with conservation easements, we had an 80% increase in the rural population between 2002 and 2017. We lost 67 square miles of farmland over the same period. We have overdevelopment around Luckett's, which is causing us to look at a massive expansion of Route 15 through some of the most hallowed ground in our area. We now have 5 new cluster subdivisions, which are going to have 1 house per 5 acres in northwestern Loudon around Hillsborough. And it won't prevent these things from continuing to happen. Our best tool, that is conservation easements, isn't sufficient and needs to be supplemented with something more. The only sure solution is to reduce the amount of by right housing permitted under the zoning ordinance. The cluster subdivision allows 3 times as many houses as a property owner would have otherwise by right. There's an incentive for developers to cram the most houses they can on a small piece of property in rural Loudon. Those of you who have taken a chance to drive around rural Loudon can see what happens when you take a subdivision out of Fairfax and plop it into a beautiful view shed. This is wrong. You can change this. All you have to do is change the density in a cluster. 2 words in the zoning ordinance. The county plan envisioned this, but we need the political will to change 3 words in the zoning ordinance. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you find that will.
Thank you, sir. John Ellis, followed by Phil Barodi, followed by Mark Wynn.
Hi,
Good
thank you
evening.
for everybody, and I'm going to sound a little bit like a broken record here. I apologize for that. So I'm here also speaking for Save Rural Loudon. As we've mentioned before, and as some of my friends mentioned recently, the staff project that we're currently on track to build 10,000 more residences in our rural areas and generate 100,000 more vehicle trips per day out of our rural areas, mostly in the AR1 zoning district. The average price of the new residences that are being built in the rural areas are 4 or 5 times what is affordable for a family with a median income. There's absolutely no benefit for this development for affordable housing, and it may compound the problem by contributing to general housing inflation. Since all this rural development is permitted by right under the zoning ordinance, the board has no legislative review over it, no matter how much it impacts the county's fiscal balances, affordable housing, our climate goals, and other public or private interests. You can only deal with the aftermath of the development, as you're currently doing in the area around Luckett, as just mentioned. The good news is that the ongoing zoning rewrite provides a timely opportunity to change the direction that we're on. We urge you to use this opportunity to reduce residential density in rural areas, or perhaps to make the bonus density subject to legislative review. This is completely within the board's control, unlike the current by right zoning. Unfortunately, the recently posted draft rewrite of the zoning ordinance does nothing about this. It just maintains the status quo. Other counties have put reasonable limits on rural growth, as has Loudon in the area around Middleburg. Please instruct the staff working on the zoning ordinance to fix this problem. We do not need to continually repeat the conflicts that we're having around Luckett right now. Thanks very much.
Mr. Ellis, before you walk away, I'm sorry, because I never do this. But I'm just a bit confused as to what, with respect, you all are talking about. So let me say this to you, and you just tell me if I'm incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying is what you all you're referring to is the possible by right development that could happen?
That's correct.
Nothing that has happened so far has been approved anywhere. It's the possible by right development. You're saying down zone so it doesn't happen. Is that correct?
Correct. It has been approved in the sense that it is by right.
And then, okay, all right. I understand that. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your clarification. Phil Barodi, followed by Mark Wynn, followed by Felicia Perez. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Madam Chair Randall and the Board of Supervisors. I understand that the county is engaged in important deliberations around Loudon's data center future, and I want to provide some additional context to that discussion. My name is Phil Barudi, and I have been a resident of Loudon County since 1996. Since that time, I've worked for various companies that serve the data center industry directly or indirectly. Starting with AOL in the 90s, I now serve as National Director of Business Development for Rosendin Electric, the largest employee-owned electrical contractor in the United States. Rosendin opened its East Region headquarters in Sterling in 2010 and has continually grown with the data center industry over the last 12 years. Our Loudon office employs approximately 150 employees and another 1,300 union employees in the field, with a majority focus on building data centers. And a strong percentage of those employees also live in Loudon County. Rosendin and its employees serve the community through events and charitable giving. Several officers and staff lead and participate industry-wide events to support organizations like Mobile Hope and Loudon Hunger Relief. And just last week, Rosendin hosted an industry event that included more than 30 volunteers that prepared over 1,000 meals for those in need and donated $30,000 to the Loudon Education Foundation. Additionally, the local 7x24 Exchange and AFCOM chapters have awarded more than $400,000 through scholarships and internships through 2012 to local students pursuing a mission-critical career in Loudon, all with the goal of bringing these students back to work in Loudon after graduation. The data center industry employs parents of students at public schools across Loudon. There are countless after-work meetings and frequent industry networking events from One Loudon to Round Hill. There are breakfast meetings at Joe's Cafe in Sterling, or lunch meetings at Ford's Fish Shack, and dinner meetings at DC Prime or Tuscarora Mill. And let's not forget the daily arrivals at Dulles Airport of key executives and staff for almost every data center and service company that support them, not to mention the hotels that they stay in. Every restaurant, golf course, bar, hotel, and entertainment venue in Loudon has been positively impacted by the data center industry here in Loudon. Please consider those businesses and your silent constituents who work to support the data center industry in Loudon County, whose jobs will be negatively affected by not considering these factors when making your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mark Nguyen, followed by Felicia Perez, followed by Tara Kennedy. Good evening, Mr. Nguyen.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, Board. Thank you for allowing me to speak again this evening. I want to bring to the attention that the Loudoun County School Board is planning on, and the construction team for the school board is planning on building an unsafe environment for the new school project at Red Hill Road and Evergreen Mills. They had one plan in place when they went to purchase the property, but since they purchased the property, they've changed the plan to funnel all the traffic going to a middle school, high school, elementary school, 8 ball fields, and the first indoor track stadium in this county into Red Hill Road. What we're asking the board of supervisors to consider, because the school board's not listening, is when it comes forward that you'll look at the original plan. We know that we can't stop the schools from coming, and we've accepted that. But we would ask them to look at the original plan as designed. There was a safe entrance and exit on Evergreen Mills Road. They can work with VDOT and the county on finishing a short strip of land, a short strip of road that can be developed and make a safe environment. We're talking about 30 to 40 school buses twice a day coming in on Red Hill Road. If any of you all have ever been out there, just go look at the entrance. And that's on a 700-foot strip coming from Red Hill. It just doesn't work. It's not safe. We have so many other examples of school complexes in Loudoun County that have one way in and the same way out, and they just don't work. I know that this board has taken on challenges before and made sound decisions in preventing future problems. I ask you to take the time and look at this. Please, please, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Felicia Perez, followed by Tara Kennedy, followed by Avis Renshaw. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm here this evening regarding a lot of the same issues that Mark just spoke about. The final plan for the access to MS-14 currently right now is that is going to be utilizing Red Hill Road. For any of you that are unaware, Red Hill Road is a narrow dirt road that's barely able to handle the current traffic that has increased over the last 21 years that I have lived there due to the rampant expansion of housing. This small dirt road is now going to be asked to handle 30 to 40 school buses and hundreds of cars each morning and afternoon using that road to drop their middle school students off or pick them up. Channeling this volume of traffic down our dirt lane will make it impossible for anyone that lives on the road near the school to get into or out of our driveways from about 7:30 a.m. to 9 o'clock in the morning, and again from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock every school day. If you have any concern that this statement is hyperbolic, I encourage you to visit Brambleton Middle School or Stonehill Middle School any day and see the volume of parent traffic. There is absolutely no reason to think that this will change for that school in the next 2 years. And this would be in addition, again, to the 30 to 40 school buses also trying to compete for that road. The plan would show you that all of the traffic is intended to be on that 700-foot part that's paved, but that's never going to be the case. People are going to find a better way around that because it's going to be a huge bottleneck. So what are they going to do? They're going to come around Watson, they're going to get to the back of Red Hill Road, come down that way, and we're going to be completely blocked in for hours. In addition to the concern of the school itself, the temporary plan also puts students who want to access the school after hours at risk. The plan to have children on bikes or walking on Red Hill Road to get to the school entrance is an unconscionable safety risk. This risk alone should be enough to warrant the board stepping in and introducing common sense into this and not having Red Hill Road have to bear the brunt of this traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Tara Kennedy, followed by Avis Renshaw, followed by Nicholas Bereliski. Tara Kennedy? Tara Kennedy? Okay. Avis Renshaw, followed by Nicholas Berelinsky, followed by, if she's on the call, Isha Nagaredi. Good evening, Ms. Renshaw.
Good evening, Supervisors. I'm Avis Renshaw from Luckett's, and I'm here to represent Loudon County Farm Bureau with regard to prime soils and Route 15. First, Route 15. Luckett's neighbors, Beth and Tim McLean, were on the business end of the life-altering accident mid-April on Route 15. They both sustained broken backs and are surprised to be alive. The 22-year-old that caused the accident went off the road, overcorrected because of the bad shoulders, and hit them head-on, and it's a repeating accident scenario. Today, Beth's current stance on Route 15, shoulders, 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 roundabouts, and speed enforcement. That is a direct quote. She's changed her wavering position to solidly knowing that slower speeds and properly built shoulders are the safest course of action for Route 15 corridor. Luckett's has identified and asked for exactly that from government and VDOT for 20 years. It is what will best protect our farming community and travelers alike. It is the most fiscal and effective use of tax dollars regarding Route 15. Let's slow the roll. Let's keep the speed limit down on 15 and take time to access what current real-world factors will have on Route 15 traffic. Working from home, higher fuel prices, metro, the effects of implemented safety improvements. Table the 15 CPAM and just build those within right-of-way safety improvements now. Please don't make us wait 15, 10, 20 years for a safer 15. Number two, prime soils. Prioritize prime soils in your work plan, please. Global farming issues are big news right now between fuel expense, fertilizer production and cost, Ukraine unable to plant and produce, water shortages in America's West, and prolonged severe heat events. It is imperative that we do all we can to mitigate global farm production shortages within our community. With every decision you make, please consider farming at the core of human existence today, tomorrow, and in the future. Please vote with conviction for the Prime Soils Initiative. Encourage Loudon residents to buy local food. Everything we can grow and consume within our county leaves more on the table for an increasingly starving world. More than DC's wine country, Loudon can be its own breadbasket, its own vegetable garden, its own meat market. Let's preserve this vital global resource that is our backyard. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Renshaw. Nicholas Bereliski, I think that's the last name. You will correct me. And then I have Isha Nagaredi, followed by Shri Nagaredi. Those are the last two. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Nicholas Bereliski, and I'm a young farmer here in Loudon. Today I've brought you a lovely little picking of strawberries from Lost Corner Farms, but unfortunately there was only 1 quart of them, so you're going to have to share them this evening. I live in Percyville, but I work in Luckett's. Although I hail from New Jersey, the original Garden State, I've intentionally found my way to Loudon County, searching for farms with a community spirit of growing produce for their neighbors. As you consider your work plan this evening, please keep people like me farming in Loudon County at the top of your mind. The world needs good farmers and even better farmland desperately, and there's no time like the present. Please, I implore you, fund your PDR and encourage those conservation easements and protect these awesome prime soils. No farmers, no food, no future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is Ms. Nagaretti on the phone or on the WebEx?
No, Madam Chair, she did not join the line.
Okay, and is Sri Nagaretti in the room? Okay, I didn't think so. All right, thank you very much. Those are all of our speakers. I'm going to offer one more apology to our speakers for you all waiting much longer than is normal. Supervisors, we're going to, gosh, we're so far off right now. I'm not sure where we can go next. Give me just 1 second, please. We're going to do the significant incident report. And yeah, we're going to do the significant incident report. How you guys doing? Come on down. I asked that in a question manner, but I meant it. I meant it. We're going to do a significant incident report.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members
Good
of the board.
evening.
It's my pleasure to present the FY22 Quarter 3 Significant Incident Report tonight. Please keep in mind this information is pertinent to January 1st to March 31st, 2022. And I will start with the violent crimes, property crimes, as it compared to this time last year as well. You'll notice sex offenses and aggravated assaults are slightly up to 41 and 38 respectively. However, in reality, in speaking with, and actually let me back up real quick, I apologize. To my right is Major Craig Schleiden. I knew I was going to forget to introduce them. To my right is Major Craig Schleiden, Division Commander for our Administrative and Technical Services Bureau. And to my left is Captain Rob Chicarico, the Assistant Division Commander for our Criminal Investigations.
See, you should know. You should know. If we didn't know them already, I would have already stopped you and then given them a hard time.
Gotcha. Okay.
But we know them already, so that's good.
Thank you. Okay, moving forward. So those two numbers are slightly up. However, in speaking with Criminal Investigations Division, respect to those two types of cases, those actually are back on track to where we were pre-COVID. So there was a dip because of COVID, reporting to what I believe, and we're actually back on track to pre-COVID numbers there. Robberies stayed consistent. Homicides, we were at 0. Our auto thefts dropped slightly. Burglaries dropped slightly. And larcenies did rise significantly. Those are contributed primarily to a regional trend in catalytic converter thefts and a quite significant amount of thefts involving those. That's with the precious metals inside the catalytic converters.
That's the thing in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So moving forward, I do want to touch on the arrest of our most recent homicide suspect, Furqan Syed, who on December 30th, 2021, he's been charged with the homicide of 57-year-old Najat Kamali Good. After fleeing the United States, Furqan Syed was apprehended in Dubai by the Dubai Police Department. And of significance with this case, the amount of other jurisdictions that were involved to help us with bringing this individual back to Virginia so he can be held accountable involved the U.S. Marshals, U.S. Customs Border Protection, U.S. Homeland Security Investigations, U.S. Diplomatic Security Service, U.S. Department of Justice Office of International Affairs, and the Abu Dhabi Police. Syed's currently being held at the Loudon County Adult Detention Center without bond on charges of first-degree murder, entering a residence with intent to commit murder, shooting in the commission of murder, and 3 counts of use of a firearm in the commission of a felony. We also recently had a bank robbery in Lovettsville on March 31st. We are still seeking the public's assistance in identifying the individual involved in that, and we have released several photos of that individual, although he is wearing a mask and a hood, but we're still seeking help with that. Of note with our homicide, the Kamali homicide, just to put things into perspective, just with this one case alone, we did arrest 2 suspects with 8 arrest warrants, had over 15 interviews. When I say large interviews, these were hours upon hours upon hours of interviews. Over 38 electronic devices were analyzed by our Division of Forensics Services Unit. 10 cloud accounts were analyzed by DFU. Over 56 search warrants were obtained and executed, almost 2,000 photographs, over 200 total items of evidence, and 24 items of evidence were sent to the lab for analysis. And that's just with that one case and the work that was involved in that one case. Recently, we had 4 sentenced in connection with one of our largest drug busts in the history of Loudon. So these individuals were sentenced in the district court for Eastern District of Virginia, along with, totaling a combined years of 33 years in prison for their roles in a cross-country conspiracy to distribute controlled substances, including fentanyl, methamphetamine, cocaine, and heroin. In February of 2020, the lead detective on this case is a Loudon County Sheriff's Office narcotics detective who is assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration HIDTA group, HIDTA Task Force, or High Intensity Drug Traffic Task Force. That case alone seized over $6.5 million worth of drugs, guns, and cash, all connected directly back to the Sinaloa cartel in Mexico. Items seized included over 50 kilos of cocaine, 2 kilograms of fentanyl, a kilogram of heroin, 6 pounds of marijuana, 150 grams of crack, over 100 fentanyl pills, 7 firearms, and $1.4 million in U.S. currency, totaling an arrest over about 30 subjects. One subject was included who was charged with the shooting of another task force officer in Dayton, Ohio. The same detective for the Loudon County Sheriff's Office that was the lead detective on this case was also named the Task Force Officer of the Year by the Drug Enforcement Agency. I'd like to highlight the tremendous partnership that we have with Loudon County Fire and Rescue. I've worked with this agency for over 26 years, and I've never seen a stronger relationship and a stronger partnership than it is today with Loudon County Fire and Rescue. And one example of that is the approach we've taken to active violent incidents or active violent threats. And most recently, through the Walmart shooting involving one of our deputies, we did recognize that there were areas jointly that we know we needed to improve on. And we've over the years, we have trained together, worked together on rescue task force training, and that's joint entries with fire and rescue and things of that nature, going in and trying to help victims and stop and save lives as quickly as we can, taking fire and rescue EMTs alongside law enforcement personnel into what we would call a warm zone, still very much a threat area. But the next level we've taken this to, and it's essentially called Command Competency Lab Training. And we have taken, and this is jointly 100% between Fire and Rescue and the Sheriff's Office. We use their command lab, it's a virtual lab, and we take a supervisor from the Sheriff's Office and a supervisor from Fire and Rescue, and they sit side by side, and boom, we initiate an active incident, and they're immediately communicating. We're running all of our supervisors through this program. We've developed, each department has developed what they call a high threat advisory team, and they develop protocols for the frontline supervisors who are first on scene for these critical incidents. First responding supervisors from both the Sheriff's Office and Fire and Rescue immediately establish a joint command structure to work fluidly and efficiently to stop the threat and render aid immediately. Through command lab training, we've realized we've taken this same approach down to the street level of a crash and tried to implement the same protocols, and it has just grown from there. What we've done, it's literally new to the nation, quite respectfully. Envers has recognized this as a model approach, and they're looking for both Fire and Rescue and the Sheriff's Office to share this and train this with other agencies. Fire and Rescue, most recently, and I think it's here in the report, received a governor's award for the training, and let's see here. Yes. We have numerous other law enforcement agencies that are asking to participate with us between Leesburg, Purcellville, Northern Virginia Community College, and we're working towards that. So great partnership, great training, and it's state of the art. Our Universal Call Taker program continues to take shape at the ECC. We have fully trained 9 dispatchers with 6 other staff members certified in all 3 protocols. The 6 staff members are currently conducting on-the-job cross-training, are expected to be fully trained as universal call takers by August of 2022. This training does take about 6 to 8 weeks to complete. Moving forward very well with the universal call trainers. Continue to enhance the opportunities at the Adult Detention Center, specifically to programs. 60 inmates at the ADC have enrolled and been trained in the VDOT-approved Flagger certification. It's offered multiple times a year. The certification is valid in the Commonwealth of Virginia for a period of 2 years. I was also just speaking this morning with Major Richardson on the programs offered inside the ADC, and one thing that he's very proud of, and we just got this approved, he has 2, and he's working towards 6, but 2 virtual platforms to provide every program that we offer to the inmates. And what the beauty behind the virtual platform, many of the instructors, it's hard to get the volunteers, it's hard to get the instructors, one, that want to come inside of an ADC setting and teach or train. That not everyone is comfortable in doing that. With these platforms, we can do it from anywhere. The inmates can log on from their cell, from wherever they are, at any point in time and take any one of these programs. And as he said this morning, the most utilized program that we offer is the Bible study program. We welcomed 16 new members to the Sheriff's Office here in January, and 9 of those 16 new members are what we call pre-certs or pre-certified law enforcement officers from other jurisdictions. Professional training, Major Sawyer recently graduated from the FBI Academy. He is the 29th member of the Loudon County Sheriff's Office staff to have graduated from this academy since 1970. We continue to send supervisors to the Virginia Police Chiefs Foundation Professional Executive Leadership School, more commonly known as PELS. We just graduated 2 from there. We currently have 25 people at the rank of second lieutenant or above in the agency currently working there that have graduated this professional or this leadership training. PELS program is conducted in cooperation with the University of Richmond. This program is designed for individuals who currently serve in command or executive level positions within their agencies. It's a liberal arts, humanities-based program and focused on the study of leadership at an advanced level. The objective of this program is to acquaint participants with best practices in leadership, challenge them to reflect upon their own leadership competency, and examine ways of achieving both personal and professional growth. Additionally, we just had 4 deputies receive the Virginia Sheriff's Institute certification: Major Easton McDonald, Lieutenant Paula Connie, Sergeant Michael Safford, and Detective Matthew Bucko were all honored and recognized this year at the Virginia Sheriff's Institute certification program. Since the inaugural class of the VSI certification program in 2018, LCSO has had the highest number of graduates from this program at 23. It recognizes those sheriff's deputies who continue individual professional development and a commitment to excellence, lifelong learning, and advancement of public safety as a profession. VSI certification program was developed by the Virginia Sheriff's Institute in cooperation with the Virginia Sheriff's Association, the Performance Management Group at the L. Douglas Wilder School of Government and Public Affairs at the Virginia Commonwealth University. I do want to take a moment to recognize Second Lieutenant Kathy Frank, who works in our Adult Detention Center. She has worked there for 16 years as an administrative supervisor. She also serves as Loudon County's only sketch artist. And I would like to note that she is also one of only about 100 nationwide as a sketch artist. Lieutenant Frank has been instrumental in helping numerous agencies, including Loudon County and surrounding jurisdictions, in the apprehension of violent individuals, from rapes to homicides, because of her sketch artist abilities. And most recently, she did help in the homicide case in Ashburn that I spoke of first. So her work is tremendous. She's been recognized several times also by the Fairfax County Police Department for her help in solving several rape cases there. As always, you have the mandatory community crime data in the report that I'll be happy to answer questions on. You have Part 1 and Part 2 crimes for each station included in the report that I'll be happy to answer questions on. Before I end, I would like to note also that the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office, we just worked with the Association of Federal Narcotics Agents, and working with them, we sent 88 of our ballistic vests that we're not using. We sent them through the St. Joseph's Ukrainian Catholic Church, and they will be sent to Ukraine primarily for women and children to wear. We also just most recently participated as a keynote speaker for the Eastern Region Police Recruiters and Applicant Investigators Association. And I bring that up as recruiting is absolutely a challenge for any law enforcement agency across the nation today. We have, from the instructors and the other presenters in this course, they've presented material such as on average, criminal justice programs that would typically have anywhere from about 100 enrollments are down to 20 or 30 enrollments. The interest is not there. It's a challenge drawing these people there. And I would still just stand on Loudoun County Sheriff's Office. We're still fluctuating anywhere between a 5 and an 8% vacancy. I heard some of our surrounding jurisdictions today are as high as 29% vacant with their officers on the street. Agencies are lowering standards to hire officers. We have not changed one standard for our department. We are still trying to hire the best qualified people and problem solvers to serve our citizens here in Loudon. And lastly, I would like to also recognize, as we just passed National Corrections Week, Deputy Gloria Turin, who works in our Adult Detention Center, has been awarded and recognized as the 2021 Correctional Officer of the Year. We were just notified about this. The awards committee felt that she was highly deserving based on her analytical awareness and responsiveness, which assisted in a multi-jurisdictional investigation. She was instrumental in identifying a large ring of fraud and scams conducted by inmates across the nation, and it's still ongoing, and there's multiple jurisdictions that she helped out with on that. So it's quite an honor for Gloria to get that award. It's a very good honor for her. So I'll be happy to take any questions.
Colonel Poland, thank you very much. I have a question. Do you want to be called Colonel Poland or Under Sheriff Poland?
I prefer Mark, but
I'm not going to call you Mark from the dais.
Colonel is fine.
I'll do Colonel. I'll call you Mark when I call you, but I'm not going to call you Mark from the dais. Colonel, okay. Thank you.
Colonel is fine.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Kirshner.
Yeah, Colonel, thank you for your presentation. I think I pretty much understood all of it. I'd read it. But I did have one question. In terms of the statistics that you put in here, are those actual arrest statistics or are those conviction statistics? So when those are run, in other words, is that cases that your department brought, or are they cases that have been completed and we know the outcomes of them? Can you elaborate?
You're referring to the violent crimes graph?
Violent crimes, larcenies,
Yes.
a whole bit, all the statistics.
So those are reported. That's what was reported.
Simply reported. So
yes, sir.
Charges may not necessarily have been brought.
Correct. Or still ongoing. Correct.
All right.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Fair enough. Thank you. That's all I had.
Ms. Brixman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I was a little bit surprised that the significant incident report did not include the officer-involved fatal shooting in my district that happened recently. So I wanted to know if you know when the Virginia State Police will be finishing that investigation, or if they have finished that investigation.
I can't answer that. I know they're still working on it. They're working in coordination with the Commonwealth Attorney.
Okay. Do you know how many of the deputies were wearing body-worn cameras during that encounter?
I know we had body-worn cameras on site, but I don't know how many.
Okay. So then you don't know how many were recording?
All the ones that were on site were recording.
All of them were?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell me if the deputies were wearing Kevlar vests and helmets at the time?
They were most likely not wearing helmets, but they're all issued vests. Yes,
Okay.
They're wearing vests. And all the body-worn camera video was turned over to the state police.
Okay, great. Do you know what the victim was wearing at the time, or what sort of weapon she was yielding?
I'm not going to comment on an active state police case.
Okay, because it's my understanding that she was wearing nothing.
Okay.
Can you tell me if there were children in the apartment at the time the deputies started shooting into the apartment?
Again, that's, I defer to the state police. It's their investigation.
Okay. All right. Well, I look forward to hearing all of that, and I think it's really important that the community understand exactly what happened in that situation.
I agree.
Yeah, okay. On page 9 of your report, it says that there's a requirement to report 7 things in a traffic stop, but there's only 5 things reported in your chart. I know you provided a link that we could go deeper on, but I'm wondering if you could provide number 3, why people were stopped, and number 4, yes or no, if they were cited during the stop in your chart in the future.
Sure.
I can email it to you as well, because I know that was a lot.
I can make comment to that. So the majority of those searches are all based on search incident to an arrest. So the majority are, like for example, DUI arrest, DUI arrest, DUI arrest. So all those searches are going to be per policy. If we make an arrest, we have to search a vehicle.
Okay. And actually, that leads to my next question. I was wondering if you could explain why there was a much higher percentage of searches for Black and Hispanic drivers as opposed to white drivers.
I can't explain that. The numbers are what the numbers are.
Okay. And staying with the chart, we have one time where there was a response to a resistance, and then I guess the last column is that the deputies responded back to the resistance. What does that mean?
So our actions are based on an offender's or an individual's actions. So if an offender or someone that's being arrested, if they make an overt action or a use of force against a deputy, the response to resistance is that.
And that happened once, you're saying?
Out of those traffic stops, correct.
Okay. I have another question about SROs that I'll email to you that a couple of my students mentioned tonight. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Umstadt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you for all your hard work, and this is, I think, one of the best reports we've gotten. I noticed that your newest members are an extremely diverse group of officers. That's really impressive, and I appreciate that. I just have one question about the way you connect with overseas law enforcement. You seem to have a very effective network. Have you had to build that up over years, decades? Does any other sheriff's department have this strong a network overseas?
The second half of that question, I don't know about other sheriff's office and their connections they have. Having spent a huge portion of my career within the Criminal Investigations Division, I know detectives and supervisors in our CID unit work very hard to make those connections at the state, federal levels. So when these incidents, they don't happen that often, but when they do, and I'm talking about a relationship, not just a contact, I'm talking about a true partnership, a true relationship with other entities, whether they're NGOs, whether they're law enforcement, whatever it may be. So when things of this nature happen, we have an immediate phone call. And that's essentially what happened in this case. We had contacts with HSI that we were able, and relationships with HSI investigators that we were immediately able to get on the phone with, explain our circumstances, what we were dealing with, and it literally went from there, and we ended up having multiple people helping us. We also have, we participate in, right now, I think 14 federal task forces, 13 federal task force positions with different law enforcement agencies. That helps build those relationships. And to make a comment real quick on your very first statement, ma'am, just in diversity, the numbers in our hires from 2020 to 2022, we've hired 106 people in those 2 years. Hispanics have been 14%, white 56%, black 17%, Asian 11%. So again, we understand the importance of diversity, but we also understand the importance of, I want problem solvers. I need people that can think from here up and solve problems for the residents, for the citizens.
Well, please thank the sheriff for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Great job. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Letourneau?
Thank you, Chair Randall.
Just speaking of these statistics quickly, just doing the math here, it looks like in terms of actually getting a ticket, white drivers got 68% of the time, or actually 70%. Hispanic was about 68%, and black was about 59% of the time actually got a ticket. I don't know what, if any, conclusion can really be drawn from any of this without knowing the specifics of those cases, but that is kind of interesting in terms of the numbers there. The question I had was on truck enforcement. We used to get a nice update on the number of trucks that were stopped for enforcement, and then the number of trucks that were cited, and oftentimes that would be greater than 50%. So I'm curious if perhaps we could get that information either in the next quarter or in between, if it's something that you have. I've seen a lot of truck enforcement going on in the Gum Spring Road corridor and Dulles South, which is good because there's a lot of activity, and that's interesting. I also wonder if, by any chance, it wouldn't be part of this Community Policing Act data report, but if you do have traffic stops broken down by a station area, just in terms of where that's happening. I've gotten a big uptick lately in traffic complaints. We've talked about this during the budget. Ironically, it's kind of happened since then. Lots of complaints about racing and things like that. So certainly I think we forward those, but I'm just curious. It might be helpful to be able to tell citizens, there is enforcement happening in this area, if there is, and I'm sure there is, and there is a sizable number of tickets being written and so on. So if that's data that you have, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Sains.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the report, it seems that there's an increase in larcens that have increased over these last 3 months compared to last year. Do you have any indication as to why larcenies are going up?
Yes, larcenies are directly related to, and we explain it a little bit further under the Dulles South page. They're directly related to a regional increase in catalytic converter thefts.
So those are tied to it, okay.
Yes, so those are going to be larcenies. Literally, folks, the individuals that are doing this are able to jack up a car, cut off the catalytic converter in about 30 seconds. And then the metals that are inside, they're getting enormous amounts of money for. The metals include platinum, rhodium. There's other precious metals that are in these catalytic converters that they're selling for a lot of money.
So they're taking them to, I guess, to chop shops or
recyclers,
just doing shady business and
yes, sir.
Take these things.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's no way, I guess, to identify, say, if I go to an auto mechanic and I need my catalytic converter replaced, to tell if this is new or stolen property.
Correct.
Oh, okay. All right. And sectors 270 and 280 in eastern Loudon, what is driving the more crime in those sectors, or is it pretty much the same thing?
What is your question? I'm sorry.
Sectors 270 and 280, there seems like the stats are going up, the crime. So what is driving the crime in those?
Larcenies.
Larcenies. Pretty much catalytic converter.
Yes, sir.
Again. Okay. All right. All right, thank you. And then, last question, in regards to the big drug bust. So those individuals were they stationed in Loudon, doing business in Loudon, or were they passing through? That was part of this.
A piece of that investigation, they were transporting. It was a distribution point here in Sterling, in large, significant quantities of heroin, significant quantities of fentanyl, and money transactions as well, very large amounts.
So they weren't being pumped into our community, but we were just more as a staging
they
location.
very well could have been, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
First, I want to say I had the opportunity to meet Officer, do you pronounce it Gantry or Gentry?
Gentry.
Gentry. My gosh, what an impressive, humble, wonderful young man. He came over to me at Valor Awards. Miss Umstead introduced him to me. He was so impressive. And so we have been thinking about him and praying for him, and he just was, I was just blown away by that young man. That's the first thing. The second thing is, to Mr. Letourneau's stats, those stats are important when you compare that what you just said to the percentage of African Americans in Loudoun County, which is about 7%. So those numbers are off. I actually asked you all about that last time, didn't really get an answer, so I'll send you an email about that again.
Okay.
I did want to associate myself with Ms. Umsted's comments. I did notice that also. Out of just 16 new hires, 9 were either women or minorities, people of color. That's impressive. I appreciate that. I know that's been a problem, something you all have been working at and working for, and clearly what you're doing is working, so thank you for that. I had 2 questions I'd like to have answers. One, have there been any issues at the NCC Center with the Afghanistan asylum seekers? Have you had any calls of people who are, of any, not of course the issue with the small fire, but issues with them themselves?
We had one call for service recently where we had a vehicle that didn't stop at the checkpoint, stopped them, and it was more that they were lost.
Right,
So, no
but
other, no
okay.
ma'am.
All
No
right,
issues.
and
Knock on
we're
wood.
now 2 months into that with
Yes,
no
ma'am.
issues. That's wonderful. One of the things I heard tonight from, no kidding, 10 kids came up to me, and one young man came up to me, and I wrote down what he said. He said, "I can't leave the school in good conscience without saying something." I had 10 kids come up to me tonight and talk about the amount of drugs in their schools, the amount of times they can't get into their laboratories, to the bathrooms because the bathrooms are closed. During classrooms, the bathrooms are closed because of the drug use, and in passing periods, you have to go to certain bathrooms. 10 kids, without me asking them, without me knowing, that from 10 different schools, came to me and said the amount of drug use in their schools. I am, 1, heartbroken, and 2, really surprised, because what we hear about all the time is the SRO program. And so I'm not even sure what I'm asking you, but are you all aware that many substances are being used in the schools that often? That's my question. And then I will call Chief Johnson. I'm gonna call you up for another question in just a second. But you are aware of this, and what do you think's going on there? And what do you think's going on with the SRO officers? So it's because SRO officers, primarily one thing they're gonna do, supposed to do, is be making those connections with the kids. And so what do you think's going on there?
So what I can speak of 100% is the significant increase in the amount of high school students that now vape. And it's gone up close to 79 to 80% just in the last couple of years in the number of high school kids that are vaping. And unfortunately, they're not vaping tobacco. They may be vaping tobacco, but they're vaping everything else in addition to tobacco. And it's my understanding, the bathrooms, they're going to go in between breaks and vape inside the bathroom. They may vape in the parking lot. They may vape wherever they get the opportunity to vape. That is one piece of this. The SROs, they're well trained in it. They are absolutely being as proactive as they can. They're working directly with the school security officers, the SSOs within the schools. And again, we have one SRO in each school. There are maybe a high school, maybe 2 high schools in our county where I would consider adding an additional SRO based on the activity, based on the number of children, number of kids.
None of the
there.
high schools have more than one?
I'm sorry?
None of the high schools have more than one?
No, they
Okay.
have one. So,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
All right.
But they work jointly every day with the SSO, with school administration, to try to cover the whole building. And many of these schools have close to 2,000 kids in them.
Okay. All right.
But
Well,
for me, what I see, vaping is absolutely a concern.
but like you said, not vaping tobacco.
Correct.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, if I have time, unfortunately, the other thing, every single product that we send to the state lab now, whether it's a vape pod or a jewel, if it's a marijuana, a powder, almost everything now is coming back with fentanyl. Everything. And initially, it was just heroin that had fentanyl. Then we started seeing it in other powders, cocaine, things of that nature. But now, fentanyl is in everything.
Yeah, yeah. Let's keep talking about this. Let's figure this out together.
ma'am.
Yeah, wonderful. Chief Johnson, could you come to the table? I have one question. It's not so much on your report. Colonel Poland, reminded me when you talked about call takers that we haven't asked you do you know if the EZNet system across the river has been yet implemented? Because they were supposed to implement it in September of last year. Do you know? Have we made a phone call to check on that one?
I do not know, but I can check.
Can we
Certainly
please check
Montgomery
on
County,
that?
Obviously, that you're right. They were supposed to implement that at the end of last year.
Mhm.
And we have not, at least as far as I know, we have not been notified, but we can check.
Can we do that?
Yep.
Can we do that? I thought about it when Colonel Poland talked about call takers.
Right.
Made me realize that was still an outstanding issue that we hadn't checked off yet. Yeah. Colonel Poland, do you know?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, if we could find out, that'd be really helpful. All right. I think that's good. Thank you all very much for coming in. Appreciate you. Appreciate you very much. Please pass that on. Supervisors, let's do our board comments right now. All right. Okay. Make sure I know where I'm at. Board comments. Let's start with Mr. Kirshner today. We've already done our disclosures, so this is just board comments. Okay.
That is correct. Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of things I wanted to, are we on 3 minutes or 5 minutes? I have a few to say. I normally don't have very many, so don't look at me
I'm
that
not going
way.
to
I don't. Just a couple of things. National Police Week is coming up on May 15th. My office, along with Chair Randall, Supervisor Buffington, Supervisor Umstead, are bringing a resolution forward to honor Loudon's law enforcement officials in the Sheriff's Department and the Middleburg Police Department, Leesburg Department, Police Department, and the Purcellville Police Department. We will also be presenting a resolution at the Sheriff's Office Police Week kickoff barbecue on Monday and also at our next board meeting. I work with and represent many of our law enforcement personnel in my day job, and I will tell you, Loudon is truly blessed to have the professionals we are working with in our communities. They protect our communities each and every day, but they go beyond that. They're working with our kids and our schools. Loudon's school resource officer is one of the best in the entire country, as we heard here a moment ago. One last thing I wanted to say about the Sheriff's Office, and this is an important one. They have been on the front lines fighting the opioid crisis in our county. A little bit of that was mentioned during the last presentation. On Tuesday, May 17th at 7 p.m. at the Loudon County Sheriff's Office in Ashburn Station, the Loudon County Sheriff's Office will host an in-depth forum on how we as a community can best prevent opioid-related deaths impacting Loudon County. The forum, Fighting Fentanyl Together, Education, Prevention, Enforcement, Treatment, and Recovery, is combating the opioid crisis and is free and open to the public, but seating is limited. Please register to attend by May 13th, 2022. If you go to my Facebook page, there'll be information there where you can register. There will be several special guests, including Derek Maltz, retired top DEA official and TV news contributor, and Jennifer Bro, manager of Bro Vineyards, who lost her son to a fatal fentanyl overdose in 2021. Jen is a very special person. Many of us know her here. She established Tight Lines Charity in memory of her son, Gray Everett. I want to read you just a small piece about the charity that she wrote. My son, Gray, passed on 2/16/2021 at the age of 25. Gray was a funny and loving young man with a kind smile, a great laugh, and a true passion for salt air, coastal waters, and fishing at his home on the Outer Banks of North Carolina. Anyone that truly knew Gray knew that he was a genuine guy who cared for his friends and family. He always had a listening ear and do anything to be there for people in need, even helping others to a fault at times. Being a private person, many did not know that he also suffered on and off from the substance abuse. He was a functioning addict and wanted to be free of this. He hated the double life and he was living and truly vexed his soul. Gray had been to a treatment facility in 2020 and was thriving and happy while working in the program, a program he was still holding on to, trying to work with. When he died instantly in his home from the use of opioids that were unknowingly laced with fentanyl. For the time he was in the program and several months after I had my son back, he prayed for others to recover. He started his own support group to help people who were in recovery, and his worst fear was relapsing and dying. These are Gray's written words. He helped so many others, even in his own struggles. As one friend explained to me, Gray cared more about my sobriety than I did, and he was there for me and fought for me, and I am sober because
of him. Gray passed away with a to-do list, and the goals listed beside him that were listed beside him. He wanted to live, he wanted to see his brothers grow up, and to be free of the bondage of addiction. I pray that the sharing of this story with friends and community, that those who never knew him will raise awareness that there are others to help with substance abuse and that they will be more than just a drug user. The other thing in my last minute I would like to mention is my visit to the Big Spring community. And that was, I visited Big Spring community for a neighborhood cleanup this weekend. And for those of you who don't know where this neighborhood is, it's off Route 15 going north across from Roxbury Falls. The neighborhood borders Potomac River and is just south of White's Ferry. One of the great things they have done out there is a fantastic conservation project with the Loudon Soil and Water Conservation District and Virginia Department of Forestry to plant about 4,000 trees in their community. If you drive north on 15 outside of Leesburg, you will see these nearly 4,000 trees planted along the berms as you go north. This was a huge project, so I would like to give a big shout out of the congratulations and congratulations to Big Springs residents, the HOA, Michael Bayless, Loudon County Soil and Water, and the Virginia Department of Forestry for all the work on this great project. And I have no time left.
Thank you. You never do. Thank you. Ms. Glass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to talk a little bit about a couple of things that I went to this past week. On Friday, I attended the Disability Services Fair, which was at Russ Library. It was a huge success. We had a lot of people there, a lot of different organizations, different services that were out there to help people with differing abilities find jobs and other services. I was told that it was packed almost the entire time, so I consider that a huge success, and we hope to do that again soon. I also attended a grand opening. One was Ace Hardware Services. I think that's, oh, I can't read lips. I'm sorry. It's under Ace Hardware. It's a business that's run by a brother and sister, and they were just salt of the earth and very excited to start their business in the district, and had the fanfare there. So I just like to thank the chamber for being there as well. I also attended the grand opening at Wawa off of Russell Branch and Gloucester. I did not know that Wawa's grand openings were this huge thing. So we had the firefighters there, the sheriff's office was there, there was a group from the Special Olympics, and they all, and I think it was also a group of Wawa employees, and each one had a table, and they had to make as many subs as they could during a song, and the sheriff's office won. So that was really huge, and I'm really grateful that they're there, and wish them much success. I also went to the Dulles Airport planning meeting that was at the Marriott. That was, it was very interesting to see the plans for the airport. They had one person to, explain, all of the different things that they intend on doing, expanding and updating the airport. So I'm really excited to see that. And actually, they are very we had talked a lot about the collaboration with the county government, with the county and with the airport, and for us to continue that collaboration and just for the success of the airport. One more thing, I went to the State of the Science Center event, which was another event with Nene Spivey. Also, there were a number of people there that were given an update of where the science centers, where they are, and they didn't say challenges, they said, oh gosh, it was another word they used, but they are on their way and excited to see the Science Center open. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Letourneau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, South Riding had its first Derby Day, but it was also the first expo that they've had since the pandemic. So it was fun to get out and see folks in person in the community. A beautiful day on Saturday. My staff was also at that airport planning meeting, and we look forward to seeing more from them as they develop their plans. Obviously, a lot of interest in our area around what that looks like. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. Mr. Buffington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given that it's 9 p.m. and we still have yet to get to an action item, I will save my comments and the time for the action items when we actually get there, which hopefully will be soon.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Turner. You have nothing? Ms. Umstadt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would love to follow Tony's lead on this, but I did have a couple of things I wanted to mention. I attended the grand opening of Bright Wash, which is a new car wash in Leesburg near Lowe's. And the thing about it is owned by one of our local residents. They pay $15 an hour. They have been able, because of that, to recruit students who might have been working for $5 an hour at a restaurant, now are coming to Bright Wash. They train these kids, and they partner with Mobile Hope, and Mobile Hope's training program for kids to make sure they're certified in skills that can get them jobs. So I just thought it was a really great story. They also are very aware of, and we're discussing the good work that the chair's friend Bruce Ramadi of Falcon has done training kids and getting them good jobs in HVAC. So there's a lot of good work being done in the small business community. I also participated in the Bible reading marathon that is coming to a conclusion this week, but it was a great experience. It always is. And they read the Bible near the courthouse from, I think, 6 a.m. till 11 at night, every night until they've gone through the entire book. So if you haven't had a chance to check it out, it's worth checking out. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brixman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the speakers for coming out and for the students for being with us today. Our nation has suffered 172 mass shootings this year. As of today, 14,437 victims have died because of gun violence in America. Of those, 6,319 were homicide, 8,118 were suicide. We've lost 101 children aged 12 and younger, and 426 teens under the age of 18. For anyone to fly the pro-life flag celebrating the potential ruling of the United States Supreme Court to deny a woman her constitutional right to manage her own health care while ignoring the death and destruction of the gun culture in America, is practicing the epitome of hypocrisy. Make no mistake, this is all about control of women, minorities, LGBTQ, disadvantaged populations, and anyone who might threaten the culture of morality, which, by the way, has no place in our schools or our government. Flipping this into a defense of black babies, as Alito appears to attempt to do in his draft opinion, is twisted, and in fact, it's a lie. No one race really dominates the patient profile of a woman who is seeking reproductive health care in the form of an abortion. According to Guttmacher Institute, 39% of women seeking an abortion are white, less than a third, or 28%, are black, 25% are Hispanic or Asian Pacific Islander. Nearly 2/3 of those seeking an abortion already have had one baby. The typical patient is poor, unmarried, in her late 20s, has some college education, and is very early in her pregnancy. But that does not mean she's black or Hispanic. In fact, by restricting or banning abortion in certain states, the ability to get an abortion earlier before viability becomes more difficult. Can you imagine right now we have a Supreme Court that wouldn't uphold a rule to wear masks on public transportation, but will force a woman to have a baby? This is like Gilead. Forcing women to have babies, whether they've been raped, whether the baby is known to have so many developmental problems they would not survive outside the womb, even if the mother's life is in danger, is what this potential ruling will do. And some people are trying to call that pro-life. Another reason this potential ruling is terrifying is because the courts have relied on this presumption of individual privacy embedded in the U.S. Constitution for its ruling in so many cases, including Roe v. Wade and the Casey ruling, which upheld Roe v. Wade. And the healthcare decisions as to whether a woman prevents or ends a pregnancy fall squarely on that presumption, as does the right to choose who you marry, who you live with, and so much more. So this not only puts Roe and women's rights on the precipice, but so many other rights afforded individuals in this nation based on privacy presumed in our Constitution. Lastly, if we put even half the effort into stopping women from making decisions about their own bodies and we put it into preventing pregnancies or maternal care, we'd see far fewer abortions. The abortion rate in this country has actually dropped dramatically since Roe and Casey. They have affirmed that birth control should be over the counter and affordable, just like the magic blue pill. Could you imagine if we restricted access to Viagra for men? Or we told men that they could never have a vasectomy because what's inside of them could potentially create life? This nation would go nuts. Talk about the protests if we actually tried to regulate men's health care. Believe you me, I will be fighting with every breath to make sure that the women of Virginia have agency over our own bodies and our choice over our reproductive health care. I'll be using every breath and every ounce of energy to make sure we enshrine the ERA into the Constitution and that the Women's Health Protection Act is passed and becomes law. And it's not for me. It's for our daughters and their individual rights to manage their health care, have agency over their bodies, and privacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brooksman. Mr. Saines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No comments.
Thank you, sir. So there's so much I wanted to talk about tonight. I couldn't choose. I will say, I'm going to respond to something you said, Mr. Kirshner. You know, I fully understand people's desire to have discussions about opioids and fentanyl and heroin, but it is such a mistake to talk about the drug and not talk about the disease of substance dependence. That's what, if we're holding discussions with the sheriff's office, they should be talking about the disease of substance dependence. And can you imagine if we had put this much care and effort and focus on treatment, if the drug that people were using and dying from was crack cocaine, which decimated urban and black neighborhoods, we wouldn't be sitting here today having the same discussion with opioids, because to a very large degree, a drug is a drug is a drug, and the worst drug for a person is the drug impacting their lives at that time, and we've got to stop focusing on the drug and focus on the disease. There will always be a new drug. It is, again, it is like somebody has an eating disorder, but you only talk about eating pie. You would never do that. You talk about the eating disorder. Why are we doing this over and over again? It's completely illogical. I do want to say this. I'll talk about what Ms. Brooks will talk about another week, but today I want to talk about the fact that this is Teacher Appreciation Week. I looked up these numbers. 90% of kids in America, 90% of kids in America in K through 12 attend public schools. Our teachers, our counselors, nurses, psychologists, mentors, coaches, chauffeurs, disciplinarians, and occasionally for some students, they are the closest thing to a parent that a child would ever have. Right now, our teachers are leaving their professions at a record rate. And it's not because they're being underpaid, and by the way, they are being underpaid. It's because how they are literally being treated and abused. They are being accused of indoctrination. Let me tell you, if teachers could indoctrinate a student, they would indoctrinate them to do the homework. They would indoctrinate them to come to class on time, to put down their cell phones, to stop chewing gum in class. That's what they would do. They would indoctrinate 7-year-olds to stop touching the other little girl's pigtail. They stop whining all through the classroom. Teachers are not indoctrinating our students. That is insane. Even worse and really, really, really disgusting is the accusation that our public school teachers are groomers. If you've ever known someone who's been sexually abused and molested, you would know how harmful it is to use this false political tool. There are tens of thousands of people who've actually been sexually assaulted. So for people to use the word groomers for our teachers is disgusting and depraved. Our public school teachers are not groomers, and they are not assaulting our students. Do we have teachers who are not great teachers or good teachers? In every profession, there are bad apples, including teaching. But overall, our teachers are dedicated professionals. Our teachers are heroes. They spend time with people, with your children, that most people don't want to spend time with their own children. You know how you know that? Because at the end of every summer, people cannot wait for those kids to go back to school. At the end of spring break, people drive up to that school, open that door, and push that 9-year-old out, right? Because your own children are hard. You have to be a special person to be a teacher. Let me say this. I stand with teachers. Most specifically, I stand with Loudon County public school teachers. I believe they should be paid what they're worth. They should be paid a fair wage. I believe this board passed a budget that allows teachers to be paid a fair wage and receive an increase. And if that is not happening, somebody should probably send a letter to the school board members. But I don't just believe that they should be paid a fair wage. I believe they should be paid the respect that they deserve. I stand with our public school teachers today, tomorrow, and always. Thank you. Supervisors, we have only two, I think just two action items. Let's take a break, do the action items before we go to closed session. So let's take about a 10-minute break. Okay, that's right. Well, we can when we come back.
We have a second motion.
Yeah, we have a second part to the motion.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
then I'm going to add, then I'm going to say, yeah. Okay. All right, I move the Board of Supervisors approve grant funding for the human services nonprofit organizations and recommends, as recommended in the May 3rd, 2020 Board of Supervisors business meeting, action item, and direct staff to notify selected applicants and process payments for grant funding in the amount of $1,864,647 for FY 2023. I further move that the Board of Supervisors direct staff to include as part of the FY 2024 budget for board considerations the amount of $505,170 that represents the current gap in FY 2023 funding for the board's consideration and approve in adherence with the past practices and board policy. All right, so first of all, Supervisors, thank you for allowing me to table this last time and letting me spend some time talking to the nonprofit community, which I did talk to the nonprofit community, mostly because I was a little confused as to what they were saying last time. I wasn't sure if they were actually trying to, when I say they, I mean specifically the Human Services Network, what they were saying to me. Well, I've had lots of phone calls, including talking today to the Tree of Life. So this is a hard motion to make, and this is why. There is not a nonprofit that's not doing good work. Not one. They're all doing good work. But we have a process that we put in place specifically to take out board involvement because we didn't want to kind of the board picking the winners and the losers and this type of thing. So we have a process that we put in place. Part of the process that we put in place was to encourage our nonprofits to take the nonprofit grant funding class and training that the county offers. Not everyone, I'll say it like this, not everyone took that training, and I will encourage nonprofits, as I have been encouraging them in the future, to take that training. The truth is that 75% is the threshold to qualify. It doesn't say you're absolutely going to get funding. It's the threshold to qualify. Now, what happened a couple of years ago when this happened, and one of nonprofits I cared a lot about, Loudon Cares, didn't get funded. I actually worked really hard to help Loudon Cares find other other grant opportunities. I actually reached out to some businesses and found some other grant opportunities, and they received some grants and received some money. However, it wasn't done through this process. This is a competitive grant process, and I think for me, as hard as it is to say there has to be a place where we stop, there has to be a place where we stop. And so although 75% will get you qualified, it may not get you funded. And so I don't believe that at this point in the game, and in the game's the wrong word, in the process, we should do anything different. And I do believe this is the nonprofit grant funding, of which since 2016, we've put almost $2 million in the nonprofit bucket since 2016. But I do think it's an ongoing, keep tweaking it till we get it right item. And that's one of the things that some of the nonprofit people said to me. They didn't say do anything different this year. They said, let's keep working on this until we try to get it as correct as possible. So that's why this is the motion. Mr. Turner?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Can I ask a question? Did all of the organizations that received funding take the free grant writing program?
Not 100% of them, no.
Okay, but all of the ones that did not receive grant funding did not take the free grant writing program?
Not necessarily either. So we can get that information, but they were well attended. But some who did not receive funding, there was a higher proportion of those that did not attend the training. I can say that.
Okay.
I'm thinking.
So here's my airport story. When I graduated from helicopter training, I graduated and got my wings, and I had a private rotary wing license with an instrument ticket. There was a guy at Fort Rucker at the time who said, pay $100, come to the Officers Club at 7 o'clock on Friday night, and I guarantee you by 11 o'clock you will have enough information to take your commercial pilot's test and pass it on the following Saturday. And the bar was packed. Everybody paid their $100. This guy did this for every class. They shouted out, he shouted out questions and they shouted out answers, and everybody he advertised, you get your money back if you don't get your commercial pilot's license. Everybody passed, everybody got their commercial license. Essentially, he taught the test. Here's the point. If we're saying take the free training for your grant application and your chances will go up significantly that you will get funded, we're basically teaching the test. And that's okay. I don't see any problem with that, teaching the test. My point is, if everybody takes training and then everybody gets qualified for funding, you're basically in the position where I have advocated we should be, is that once everybody meets the minimum, everybody should get some money. We just changed it by taking the training. The lesson here, I'm going to vote yes on this. I think this is a very good grant program. I think it's very objective. I don't have any fall on my sword objections to any part of it. I don't agree with the methodology because I think if you pass a minimum threshold, wherever we set that minimum threshold, you should get some funding. It sounds like if you take the training, that is the likely outcome. So my message to all of those that didn't get funding is take the training. It's free. Learn how to write the grant. You're being taught the test. That's it. You ought to do that. But again, it reinforces my position that we're basically saying because Equality, if they had suddenly gotten funding because of training, their programs haven't changed a bit. The only thing that's changed is the quality of their message to the grant process, which just reinforces my statement. So that's what I have to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Kirschner?
Madam Chair, I had a few things to say. However, I think the easiest, given the lateness, and it's not that late, I know, but I thought it was going to be a faster meeting, so it's late to me. I'm going to associate myself with Mr. Turner's comments. I think I would agree with those almost 100%. I understand, and I will probably vote yes on this. I think when we were here last time, I think the initial motion that I made, which was to support option 4, that would be my preference for sure. I think if you meet that minimum qualification, you should be awarded something, maybe not everything, and that is one way I think we should probably look at changing this process. And again, I think this has gotten so much better than I have observed it in the past, but it does need, I think, a little bit of tweaking for the same reasons that Mr. Turner said, and that is now we're getting into, okay, who can write the better grant in a lot of ways. I mean, that's essentially where we are. And if you meet certain standards and you get there and our our blind criteria, which is being used by staff to evaluate these organizations, provide very important things to our community, are being met, then they should be rewarded with something. Maybe the better grant writers get more, I don't know, but I do think, and I will support it also because I do think we need to continue to grow this bucket because these are organizations that are doing things that probably do a much better job than the county could ever do. And I do like our nonprofits and what they do for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brixman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will associate myself with Chair Randall's comments. Just 2 quick questions for staff. The same applicants potentially have the chance to apply for the $3 million in ARPA funds that's coming up in another round, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And we increased our funding in our last budget cycle, right?
For fiscal year 22, yes. It was increased by $674,000. Mm-hmm.
Right, okay. I'm going to, there just is a little nuance, though, because I've taken the training from the county. I took it back when Shalom was doing it before I was elected, and I have written grants before I was elected for a number of organizations. And you can, to a certain extent, teach to the test. However, part of what some of the nonprofits need to learn, and I'm not pointing fingers at anybody because I haven't done this for a while, but some of the issues I ran into when you were trying to write for a bigger grant versus the $5,000 grant is you have to have certain things in place. You have to have certain board members in place. You have to have certain accountability measures in place. You have to have the data that proves your impact. And some of the less mature nonprofits just don't have that together yet, and it does take them a little while to get there. So I guess I'm saying that it's not necessarily, like a formulaic essay or an algebraic problem. There's a lot more work that needs to be done to start getting some of these bigger grants. I think also we were kind of slammed this year with way more grants applicants than we were expecting. So hopefully we can get our funding up there so that we can meet some of the needs. Thank you so much, staff, for all of your work on this, and I'm happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Letourneau.
Thank you. I will also support the motion. I think this is a competitive process, and what's troubling is any effort to sort of redistribute essentially punishes those who perform the best. And I guess it comes down to how you kind of view the process from the get-go. But to me, the minimum score just gets you eligible for consideration, and that's it. If you don't meet that minimum score, you don't even get considered for funding. I don't think it should guarantee you any particular dollar amount because it's a competitive process, and we couldn't possibly in any given year know how many applicants we got and how good those applicants are going to be, not to mention whatever other factors may come into some of those considerations. So overall, it's good news that the quality of the applicants improved, the number improved. The only bad part about it is, yes, there are definitely worthy folks who aren't getting funding from us, but you know what? There are also worthy folks who weren't even eligible and didn't meet that minimum standard, because what we're looking at as a county government that is using taxpayer dollars to do this is not necessarily the sole determinant of whether a nonprofit is valuable or serves the community or not. It just has to do with the level of accountability, professionalism, accounting, and so on that go into that. And so that should never be what's associated with the value judgment, but it has to be at some point a process that rewards those who are scoring the highest. And anytime you have a budget, you're always going to have this situation where there is going to be a cutoff, and that cutoff, I think, does change every year, similar to, I use the analogy of class rank or something in high school. It's a good thing that we push applicants to get better and better at this. So I will support this and appreciate the process.
Thank you. Mr. Buffington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will support the motion. There was a specific nonprofit that I would have liked to see funded that's not getting any funding this time. However, in the past, I've always just supported the staff process, whatever that process was. I've also supported adding more funding like we're doing this time. Obviously, if there's a grant writing training opportunity, I would implore you to please go and take advantage of that in the future. When is that next ARPA grant funding opportunity? Do we have that information yet?
The date is not set yet. We are actually in process of putting the application materials together.
Do you know whether there will be another grant writing training opportunity before that happens?
Yes, we always have a training for the grant process that we are administering.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but there'll be a county press release will go out on all of this?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
And we also do an email blast as well.
Okay. And we'll share that in our news flash, and especially with the nonprofits that we work with in our district. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Buffington. Ms. Umstead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be supporting this motion. I have a question for staff, though. It does not seem correct that the only reason a nonprofit failed to be in the top tier is the quality of their grant writing. I hope that would not be the only criterion that we would use. I hope we are also looking at the work they do, other criteria that are more fundamental to their mission. So it's not just that they're the best nonprofit in the county, but they just wrote a terrible grant. There are other criteria, are there not?
So yes, there are a number of criteria that we use to align to the areas of need that were established by the board, yes.
Okay. In which case, I don't think we should assume on the board that a perfectly written grant is going to overcome a less meritorious service.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Glass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you, when you were talking about criteria, could you tell me like a couple examples of what's the other criteria that you look at?
Sure. So we have a number of criteria that we employ as part of the grant process. First is alignment to the areas of need. An organization can choose one or more of the 4 areas of need that are associated with their population. We also look at impact of the population based on the data that they collect and evaluation data that are required as part of the application process. So we look at then the impact to those areas of need. And we start to review how the impact is then associated with multiple populations, as well as the specifics for the data-driven environment that they would need to collect and document for the process.
Okay. So let's say I'm listening to Supervisor Letourneau. Supervisor Turner. If they meet that criteria, but we have a large number of them, the percentage of their rate goes up to, let's say, 80 to 85%. Oh, you have a huge group that it's in that range. So how would you then determine who would receive those funds?
Yes. So once we have, everyone who met the 75% qualification already met and demonstrated the associated criteria. So for those that would be in the 80 to 85 range, that's where the quality of the data and the quality of the application come in. So once they meet the minimum threshold to be considered for funding, that's when the quality of the application comes in. So for instance, the quality of the outcomes that they are able to demonstrate via their data, the quality of the service enhancements for the quality of life of Loudon residents. So it's really then the basis of the quality of the writing and the quality of putting that argument together for the funding, because it is competitive.
All right, thank you.
One reason the staff and I worked so closely with the Human Services Network to put in place the grant training was because what I observed before were very large nonprofits were the ones who are usually getting the grants, and that's because they have grant writers who are very good at grant writing. I've seen a huge shift in that though since the grant training went into effect. The Dulles South Food Pantry, they are not a large organization, and they won a significant amount of money. They received a significant amount of money this year. The Loudon Serenity House, I think it's 3 people, something like that, and they are requested 70, and they're receiving 63. I can go on and on. Quite a few of our much smaller nonprofits, once they took the grant writing program training, did a lot better. So it is not the everything, but I do think it taught them how to say what they're doing and describe what's happening. Now we still have, the Catholic Charities, which are huge and big and know exactly how to write a grant. They can do that all day long. But overall, as I've been following this, and I've been following it very closely, I've seen a lot more evening out of smaller nonprofits receiving money, when before it was almost always just the very large nonprofits. And so I think the grant training actually does help a lot. I want to say again, there's not a nonprofit that is not deserving. They're all doing good. They're all doing really well. When I look at the Mr. Kirshner and I were talking about this day, when I look at the mini grants, the mini grant program of $5,000, the next nonprofit to get a mini grant was the Loudon Commission Women and Girls, and they're not getting it because they qualified, but they're not getting it. If I was going to go all in for any nonprofit, It would be the Loudon Commission Women and Girls. But you know what? The process is the process. They qualified, but they came in just slightly below what they needed to do to get that mini grant. I'm heartbroken by that, really heartbroken, and I helped them find other sources of revenue and money, but they didn't qualify. Mr. Letourneau puts it in college scores, and I always say the same thing. You know, if you ever ran track, you can qualify for the next heat, but qualifying for the next heat doesn't mean you're going to win. Right? And if you don't come in first, second, or third, you don't get a medal. You just don't. And what do you got to do? You got to figure out something to do differently next year or next time. So I do think we will just keep tweaking this and working on it and working with Community Foundation and the Loudon Human Services Network and everyone who are not in those organizations to get this correct. But I don't want to change it at this moment. So. Who seconded this? Ms. Brixman, you seconded this? Mr. Sains seconded. So I made the motion, seconded by Mr. Sains. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion will pass unanimously. Now we have the Department of Planning and Zoning. Yeah, that was right. Yeah, Department of Planning and Zoning work plan that we've all seen. I think we've all had a training in. James David, the trader, comes to the table with us.
Don't worry, I don't think my mom's watching right now, so we're okay.
And we are ready when you all are.
Bring up the PowerPoint here, 1 second. Okay. All right, well, good evening.
Good evening.
Madam Chair and Supervisors. James David, Acting Director with the Department of Planning and Zoning, joined by Assistant County Administrator Val-Marie Turner tonight. And also on the phone, I have Mark Stoltz and Dan Galindo there to help us with specific questions about the different program areas. And tonight's item is a review of the Department of Planning and Zoning work plan. And when I say work plan, I'm talking mainly about the major board-initiated projects that are assigned to the department, or DPZ as we like to say. So we call this the DPZ work plan. Let me just advance this. Okay, so the work plan primarily consists of zoning ordinance amendments, also known as ZOAMs, and community planning initiatives. And the last update to the full board on ZOAMs was September of 2020. At that meeting, the board recognized that the zoning administration staff who primarily carry out ZOAMs had the capacity to work on the zoning ordinance rewrite plus 2 standalone ZOAMs. And we've held to that trend for the most part over the last year and a half. And then the most recent board update on planning initiatives was in June 2021. At that meeting, the board recognized that community planning division staff who carry out most of those long-term planning initiatives had capacity to work on 3 non-historic planning initiatives and 2 historic planning initiatives. There were other initiatives that the board put on hold at that meeting. And so we'll dive into the details of each of these projects in just a moment. But first, based on progress that DPZ has made and available mid to senior level staff, we are recommending that the board keep the current number of projects and prioritization on the DPZ work plan, and then direct staff to come back on a quarterly basis to update the board. Now, alternatively, the board could choose to reprioritize some of the projects in the DPZ work plan tonight, but that may affect the timelines that we're about to discuss. So first, we'll look at the ZOAM work plan. So you have the zoning ordinance rewrite, and then the 2 standalone ZOAMs that were authorized were the short-term residential rentals ZOAM, as well as the prime ag soil and cluster ZOAM. And 2 ZOAMs that began after the last ZOAM work plan update are the traffic impact and warrant study fee ZOAM and the airport impact overlay district update. And these ZOAMs weren't specifically ranked by the board, so staff has displayed them according to their estimated completion date from soonest to latest. So I'll talk about each one briefly in turn. The Traffic Impact and Warrant Study Fee ZOAM, this is to establish new fees that reflect cost recovery for a county-managed traffic data collection and warrant study program. It is scheduled for the May 11th, 2022 board public hearing. The Short-Term Residential Rental ZOAM, this is to establish regulations and standards for short-term rental accessory uses and short-term rental principal use. We just concluded the public outreach recently, and a Planning Commission public hearing is anticipated June 28th for this ZOAM. Airport Impact Overlay District Update. This is a joint CPAM and ZOAM effort to amend the Airport Impact Overlay District, or AIOD, to reflect the results of the 2019 Dulles Noise Contour Update Report. The board recently adopted the ROIA on March 1st, 2022, and we're anticipating Commission review public hearing June 28th. The Prime Ag Soil and Cluster ZOAM to amend the cluster residential development standards and prioritize the preservation of prime ag soil. Initial text has been drafted and circulated to interagencies and the Zoning Ordinance Committee. We're anticipating Planning Commission hearing July 26th. And then, of course, the Zoning Ordinance rewrite, a comprehensive revision and or replacement of the zoning ordinance to align with the general plan. The first staff draft hit the streets April 18th, 2022, and it's in the 90-day referral period. We're also continuing to do the early look on the ZO rewrite in front of the Commission and the board's TLUC committee. Now, there's a few other items that have percolated up that I just wanted to make the board aware of. The TLUC's ongoing data center discussion series could result in additional revisions to draft ZO rewrite text. We don't know the scope of those changes yet because the discussions are ongoing, but that could affect the overall ZO rewrite project timeline, and we anticipate the TLUC discussion series ending June or July timeframe. Another potential ZOAM not listed would come from the Source Water Protection BMI. This is a BMI that was introduced by the board to look at revising protection buffers around our water resources such as Goose Creek, Catoctin Creek, Goose Creek Reservoir, et cetera. That is not currently programmed on our work plan as of yet, but we are recommending that when we come back with that quarterly update that the board discuss how to rank that in there. Okay, moving on to the community planning initiatives. I'll start with non-historic. These are ranked in board priority order. So as I mentioned, we're working on the AIOD update. The next one is the US Route 15 North Widening and Safety, CPAM. Revising the countywide transportation plan to reclassify segments of Route 15 north of Leesburg. The Commission recommended approval at their March 11th, 2022 work session, and we have that tentatively scheduled for board review at the May 11th public hearing. St. Louis Village Plan, this is development of a community plan for the rural historic village of St. Louis. Board recently endorsed the St. Louis Village Work Plan at the January 18th, 2022 meeting, and we're looking at a multi-year effort here through February 2024. That does involve staff and a citizen-based village plan task force that we're creating. And then there was 3 items on this list that were deferred the last time we were in front of the board. The Red Hill Community CPAM, which is considering bringing the portion of the rural policy area east of Green Mill Preserve into the TPA, or transition policy area. If the board does approve the work plan that's coming to them on May 17th, later this month, we could estimate completion of that one February 2023. The Purchase of Development Rights Program, or PDR, that's been deferred. We did have significant work done, but that one was put on hold. This is a program that would enable the county to purchase development rights related to a piece of property from a voluntary or willing private landowner for conservation. And then solar arrays, this is one that multi-department staff and the Environmental Commission have been talking about and researching. To date, the board recently adopted a ZOAM clarifying existing regulations around ground-mounted solar energy facilities. The ZR rewrite does include new terms and definitions and performance standards for solar arrays in draft form, but it would entail some future community planning efforts and public outreach sessions once this potential CPAM gets going. In addition to source water protection, a few other items that might result in community planning initiatives would be the recommendations around suburban compact neighborhood place type that TLUC has been discussing, as well as that data center discussion series that I mentioned. Finally, looking at the historic community planning initiatives, again, these are ranked in board priority order. Not shown on this list is the Confederate and segregationist inventory, which was prioritized because that effort was completed, so it's no longer on the work plan right now. So real quickly, the Preservation Equity Initiative, purpose of this effort is to collaborate with a coalition of organizations to document and preserve Loudon's history regarding the lives, buildings, and landscapes of Loudon's African American communities. We do anticipate putting the RFP for consultant assistance out in May, so this month. Courthouse renaming, that one was deferred, but we are getting going on it now, and we have formed a steering committee, and we anticipate a public input session this month. Courthouse National Historic Landmark, that one was deferred, but we are rolling on that one as well, and we hope to submit an application to the Park Service with consultant assistance by March 2023. And then the one project that is still on hold is the Courthouse Grounds Path to Freedom. The purpose of this effort is facilitate a community dialogue around design and placement of monuments on the new courthouse grounds. So with that, that's the update on the work plan. Again, staff is recommending we keep the work plan as is and available for any questions, or I can go to any slides that the board would like to talk about.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Questions from the board? Mr. Letourneau?
Yeah, so let's talk about the zoning ordinance rewrite. There still seems to be some concern in the business community and elsewhere about the path that we're on with this, and specifically the timetable. Do we feel that we are, well, first of all, when is this getting to the Planning Commission? How long are we planning for the Planning Commission to have it? And then does December 2022 reflect when it comes to the Board of Supervisors for the first time?
So I can speak to all those questions, Supervisor Turner. Right now, we were anticipating Planning Commission public hearing in August. We were hoping that they would have a meeting during that August break because of the importance of this project. We would anticipate the Planning Commission having several work sessions around the ZO rewrite in that September, October timeframe, and then hoping to be in front of the board November and completion in December. Now, I know that's a aggressive timeline, and there are a few things that are...
The board's going to get it for a month?
Well,
that's up to us, right?
There really is no time frame.
Yeah, that's up to us. You'll be watching down the street, but that's up to us.
That's correct.
Probably with popcorn. Well, not much if you're smart, but but it's up to us. I mean, I assume, I can't imagine we would be able to do the zoning ordinance rewrite in a month. So that's why I was asking, I'm sure our board leadership will work that out and come up with a schedule and maybe work sessions and everything. But so you're anticipating the Planning Commission having an August hearing potentially. And if that gets delayed, obviously, then everything else will from there. Do you feel that the ZOC committee is nearing completion at this point?
I do.
Okay.
The full ZOC has been through their pre-referral input phase, which was extensive.
Yes,
they're working
very extensive.
They're working in subcommittees now and working on that final findings and recommendations report.
Okay, and is it clear to them that if they don't wrap up, it's going to be wrapped up for them?
We have been very clear that the project needs to move forward.
Well, in case we need to say it, that would be me saying it, because I think we initiated this at the beginning of our term. I don't think any of us want to be dealing with this in the second half of 2023 for a variety of reasons. And truthfully, I think we really are in this difficult period for evaluating applications when we have a comprehensive plan that doesn't match the zoning ordinance, and that has come up over and over again in land use applications, and I think it's frankly put us in a bit of a bind on some of them. So the sooner we can get this adopted, the better, which I know is your philosophy probably as well. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just get a clarification? Non-historic initiatives or initiatives that this board initiated and historic ones were inherited from a prior board? Or is there some other definition for historic and non-historic?
So they're all board initiated, sir, whether or not it came from the previous board. Most of the historic planning initiatives were an outgrowth of that courthouse grounds report that the Heritage Commission produced. So I believe that might have been previous board to this board as well.
Okay, so you actually mean historic. They're related to historic projects.
Correct.
Got it. Can you explain the ZOR process for me a bit? Because I'm pretty sure I understand it, but I just want to clarify. So as we rewrite the zoning ordinance, the mission of the zoning ordinance rewrite is to bring the existing zoning ordinance to streamline it, make it more efficient, and bring it into alignment with the new comprehensive plan, correct?
That is correct.
As you encounter, based on various discussions and issues like the data center discussions series, is your intent that as you see it appropriate to roll in those issues into the zoning ordinance rewrite as long as they align with your original charter, which is to reinforce the 2019 comprehensive plan? If they deviate too far and are actually, and we probably will in this data series, you're going to identify and say, okay, we can make that change, but that's going to require a CPAM. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. I think that's all I have. Yep, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Turner, I will come to you after we finish the questions for the motion as TLUC Chair. Mr. Buffington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm good with the ZOAM list as is. Can you go to the slide for non-historic work plan, community planning? As far as the Red Hill community one, is this saying that you would stop the previous deferment and start work on it? Because I know it does have the asterisk, which means it was previously deferred, right?
That's correct. As we're coming to the end of the Route 15 North CPAM and resources are freeing up, we were going to go to the next one on the list, but we do plan to come to the board at your May 17th meeting to get your approval to initiate that CPAM.
Okay. And has county staff done any type of public process to gain public input on that, other than, I appreciate Mr. Wynn, who comes here religiously to every meeting and talks in public comment about what he wants us to do, but have we really got any public input on this other than the couple of people who show up at public comment?
No, sir. That would be part of the work plan we initiate.
Okay. Now, with purchase of development rights program, is that also saying here that you're looking to stop the previous deferment? You're recommending that we stop that and start work on it again? Is that why if it's on the list, you're recommending we start work, whether it has a TBD for the date or not? Is that right?
Actually, the list is just kind of an update on the overall work plan. So we have not restarted work on that one yet. So we just wanted to show the ranking order in case the board wanted to reprioritize. So being on the list,
more of a ranking order and not really whether or not. So by saying that, by having TBD, you continue to recommend deferment.
So on that 5 and number 6, we would recommend at your next quarterly update plugging that into the work plan, because we think based on the dates up there, we'll have some.
Because I'm right there with you. I think that's more important than the Red Hill community issue. The solar array issue, I feel, is kind of time sensitive, actually, and very important. And I even thought that BMI that was brought forward by Turner and Brissman, Supervisors Turner and Brissman, the source water protection was more important than the Red Hill community. I would have replaced at least that one. I would have moved that one off of there and added the soil or source water protection one. So those are my comments and questions.
Thank you. Ms. Glass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Department of Planning and Zoning for your hard work and for you all to constantly keep us in the know of what's going on and answering our questions that we had. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirschner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to echo a lot of what my colleagues have said in terms of your hard work, and we appreciate everything that you're doing. We know this is a significant task that the board has asked you to undertake in terms of the zoning rewrite and a number of these various projects along the way. So thank you very much. Please make sure that's relayed to the staff, Mr. David. The only I wanted to follow up, Mr. Buffington. That was my primary question in terms of the two items, number 5 and number 6 on here. I know these are two announced. You're going to bring it to us next quarter. Can you give us any sense how long those will actually take? If we do come next quarter and we set a time frame, obviously the idea is we're wrapping up the zoning rewrite by the end of the year, ideally on an aggressive timeline. Is it your thought process that we can get those started pretty quickly after that, before that, since we'll already be
quite a ways along in some of these others? Do you have any sense of that at all? Has that been discussed among staff? Because I agree with Mr. Buffington. I think a couple of those are pretty important, as well as the groundwater source issue.
So I'm going to go ahead and defer that first question to Dan Galindo. He's a little bit closer to the details.
Sure.
We
Thank
did
you.
develop a project plan for the PDR that was presented to the board quite some time ago. But Mr. Galindo, do you know about the time frame once we did initiate the PDR program, how long that would take?
We were probably about a third of the way through the process that we had originally laid out. In some ways, we're recreating a program that already existed, but we are trying to ensure that it still maintains what our needs are now. It could be anywhere from 8 months to a year to finish that up, because it's also going to involve county attorney's office and other departments to try to really nail it down.
So you said about a year? Is that what I heard?
I think it could be up to a year, yes.
Okay. And that's for both the solar and the PDRs?
That's primarily just for the PDR. The solar array, in some ways, I honestly think a lot of that might get handled by the zoning rewrite initiative,
Okay.
just because it's something that's already being discussed.
Okay. Thank you. That kind of leads into my other question. I know there's been a lot of consternation and a lot of comments made by certain members on ZOC concerning specifically the agricultural uses in the zoning ordinance rewrite. It's my understanding from the comp plan that much of that was not changed, and yet there has been a lot of suggestion to change some of that. Has that been relayed to those who are commenting? Can you speak to that at all?
Certainly. The message has been clear to the public, to ZOC, that the primary purpose is to align with the comprehensive plan and the general plan. And in fact, the TLUC chair has reiterated that from the dais as well on multiple occasions.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Hemstreet, did you want to say something?
Yes, yes, Madam Chair, if it's okay. So this is a conversation I've started with you, and I know that Mr. Yudd and I need to come back to you and the Vice Chair with a more detailed discussion piece, but this update and this work plan is getting to a very critical point in time for the board's term. If you can tell from the dates, we're basically saying, number one, that the staff is at maximum capacity at this point. So what we're doing is presenting to you the work plan in priority order, and this is the priority that the board has given to us previously, for these things that our understanding as staff is what is important to you to complete before the end of your term. What that means by definition is we're really not in a position at this point in the term to take really any additional board member initiatives or accept any additional changes of significance. Now, I'll caveat that because there will be things that'll come up during the ZOR process, as Supervisor Letourneau alluded to, when we bring that to the board, or it may come through TLUC because we're bringing the updates on the ZOR to the TLUC. But there may be other things as we come through with the items that are on the work plan that you may want us to, make modifications to. But I just wanted to flag that so it's in the back of all the board members' heads that, we're kind of really pushing as senior staff, meaning myself and the deputy and the ACAs, to get the staff focused on completing these items that we believe are important to the board to get done by the time we get to the end of your term. And that's on, this is just a land use one. What I was alluding to you, Madam Chair, is, as you know, we've got a work plan that goes across all the agencies and departments, including the strategic initiative. So I just wanted to flag that for the board as a reminder of where we are in your term. Thank you, Chair Randall.
Thank you. And thank you for saying that, because I was going to spend some of my time talking about the capacity of the staff. We give James David a hard time, but the truth is he is leaving, and that's a staff capacity issue, and we have to be aware that the same staff, it's the same staff, it's the same people who are, when we say, can you do this, it's not a different staff doing it, it's the staff that's there. So thank you for saying that, Mr. Hemstreet. Mr. Buffington, I do remember last term the Red Hill community when we were doing the whole comp plan. They came to us in bulk. I literally literally think every single person in the community either came or had somebody represent them that said they wanted to have it moved into the transition policy area. We didn't at the time because we hadn't said yes to the school yet. But I mean, you just made that you asked that question. And I think the staff will do that outreach. I also think you're going to see the entire community in the boardroom next time during public comment, because I know that they, you know, Mr. Wynn does come every time, but often other people come too, and it's not a very big community actually. And so all of them at some point have talked to us in one way or the other. And I wouldn't delay that anymore. I think this is as it stands, it's a very aggressive plan if we can even do it. It's a lot to do if we can even do this. So one, I wouldn't add anything else, and two, I wouldn't be changing a whole lot of things right now, because these things are in progress, and it's you know, I would be shocked and pleased if the Planning Commission actually had the zoning ordinance rewrite for 3 months. We said that about the comp plan, and you know what, 12 months later we got it back, like literally 12 months later we got it back. And so we know we have to move them along. But this is a lot to do by the end of our term. And I do think I think we have to be reasonable and remember that, you know, this time next year, a lot of us won't be in this building as much as we are right now for obvious reasons. And we should, you know, so we won't even be as available to staff to work with them on something. So I think this is a good plan. And fully support it and really appreciate how much work you all have put into it already. Mr. Mr. Turner, would you like to make a motion?
I move that the Board of Supervisors maintain the current list of projects and respective project prioritizations on the Department of Planning and Zoning work plan as identified in the May 3rd, 2022 Board of Supervisors business meeting action item, and direct staff to return with the Department of Planning and Zoning work plan update on a quarterly basis.
I'll second. Okay, Ms. Brickman, second that. Have we discussed things enough, or do we have other discussion?
Just a brief comment, Madam Chair, to Supervisor Letourneau's point. I was perusing through the zoning ordinance draft rewrite the other day, and my suggestion is exactly to Supervisor Letourneau's point. What struck me is it's really dense material, and for all board members to kind of be on the same page, my thought was we might want to set aside work sessions, just exactly like we do during budget time, to go over a chapter at a time with staff here and have them walk us through it, highlight key issues, because if you try and read each chapter on your own, it's really difficult to follow through and understand it. So it's just a suggestion, and that might expedite it. It'd be painful for about a week, maybe a week and a half, and then we would be able to have some informed discussions about it and move on. But that's just a thought. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Buffington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to I'm not looking at it. Can you pull that last slide back up? The community work plan, the non-historic one. I would have made an alternate motion to swap 4 and 6 and put solar arrays, input process, and policy as 4. And now that I understand from Mr. Hemstreet that this is actually the prioritization of how they are going to work on these. And then put number 4, Red Hill Community, as number 6. And so I'll go ahead and make the alternate motion and just go through the motions. I don't think it's going to pass, but I want to have done this so that when I vote no, if this doesn't pass on all of this, I'll have a reason to have voted no. So I move that we swap 4 and 6, so that number 4 would be solar array input process and policy, and number 6 on this spreadsheet would become Red Hill Community.
All right, motion's made. Is there a second on the motion? It wasn't a friendly.
No.
No, it wasn't a friendly.
I knew
It's an
that would
alternate
not
motion, so it's
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
okay. Motion's made and seconded. Do you want to discuss the motion, Mr. Buffington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I hear what you said. I know that when we did the comp plan update process, we did hear from the Red Hill community, but I think this is a much higher impact issue than just the few folks, as you said, it's a very small community over there, but I think it's a much higher impact decision to take a chunk of rural policy area and move it over and reclassify it to transition policy area. I think there's a lot more folks that are interested in whether or not we do that than just the folks who live in that little small area that you're talking about. I think I'm being consistent with my message here. I have not been supportive of doing this in the past, so I definitely don't want this prioritized over the solar array input process and policy. I know we recently made some progress on that, on the solar arrays, but I know that large landowners are actively being lobbied and contacted by the solar array industry right now, and who want to build basically solar farms on their parcels. And I think this is something that is definitely, in my opinion at least, and as of the opinion from the farmers and large landowners that I've heard from in western Loudoun County, this is much more important, I think, than this Red Hill community issue. And I think it needs to be moved up in prioritization here, because as number 6 here, I'm not even sure this is something that we are going to actually accomplish during our term. So I'd definitely rather see it switched up to number 4.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you finished?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Letourneau?
So just to ask a question, I'm going to assume that if we did swap these, the estimated completion date for the solar arrays would not be February 2023, right?
Correct.
It would be way out probably because it's a much bigger project.
Yes.
So, you know, I get Supervisor Buffering's point, and he doesn't support doing this at all, first of all, which you fully admit. So that's understandable. So of course you wouldn't want it, but I think part of the reason why it sort of slots here is it's something that actually is somewhat achievable as a little bit of a smaller project in the near term. And although I agree this isn't a huge residential area, it is an area where a lot of development is occurring. You heard the speakers tonight talking about all the school activity that's occurring along here. And it's right on the cusp of Brambleton, actually. So you have a lot happening in this immediate area that has implications. So I would support keeping it here partially because I think it's something we can actually get done. Whereas I think if we were to move the other one up, that's all we're going to do is not get the Red Hill one done, and the solar one is still going to be way out because it's such a big project. So just from a work plan point of view, efficiency, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to do that. I'm not disputing anything about how important it is or what the impacts are, but it's just a much bigger project.
Thank you. Mr. Kirschner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate what Mr. Buffing's trying to do. I have the exact same concerns. But it's my understanding that we may address much of the solar array input in the actual rewrite process. Is that not possible? Because that's what I heard when I asked the questions. That very well a lot of it could be resolved as part of that, so it may actually get blended in as opposed to a standalone. Did I mishear that, or was that a misstatement, or what?
So it is a large scope of a project. Going back to the BMI that was adopted, there's direction to do research, community outreach, locational considerations, siting criteria, agricultural impacts, prime soil protection, view sheds, wildlife impacts, property value impacts, tax revenue impacts. That's all in the BMI.
Right.
And so we are kind of chipping away at it. The recent ground-mounted solar Roya was one step in the right direction. The ZO rewrite introduces the terms, because right now, solar facility commercial is not even a term in the zoning ordinance rewrite. It's embedded within a definition of electrical energy generating plant. So through the rewrite, the community, commission, the board will look at, okay, where do we want to consider these types of facilities and what types of standards would be associated? But I think the BMI points to a larger outreach and engagement.
So, okay, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I mean I do, because I got
Sure.
limited time. but so, and I think the biggest concern that I have, and maybe Mr. Buffington has the same, but is really commercial solar fields in western Loudon. I think that will the zoning rewrite address much of that, or will we have to wait for the BMI to be completed?
So as it stands, the staff recommended draft is just anticipating the large solar facility commercial uses in industrial zoning districts.
Okay, so we may actually address the big concern, and much of the rest of it is ancillary to that will take place in the rewrite, potentially, assuming we adopt that.
That's what's in the draft right now, sir.
Okay. Well, with that, if that is the case, then I'm probably okay with the current order. I appreciate what Mr. Buddington said, and I was thinking of supporting it, but given what you've said now, I think the Red Hill community has, quite frankly, been pretty persistent. So I think maybe we keep that where it is. But those are just my thoughts.
Thank you. Mr. Turner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Without regard to the merits of the switch, and I really am agnostic, I think Red Hill community has been waiting around quite a while, and I'd like to see that priority go, but I understand the urgency of the solar arrays. I'm more sensitive, probably because of I'm the last really major culprit to drop the data center series discussion right in the middle of this whole process. Primarily because I really felt like it was urgent, immediately urgent, that we get, as a board, visibility over data center growth in the county in a strategic way. But that said, I'm really sensitive to what Mr. Hemstreet, I think, is saying, and don't correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Hemstreet, but the staff is really strung pretty tight right now, and it's a pretty tightly choreographed plan for the remainder of the year. And even though we'll think just pluck a string here, pluck a string there, it's not going to have that much impact, it really ripples through the entire process. Even just the thought of having to focus on solar arrays instead of Red Hill, staff members are going to have to step back. They're going to say, where are we in Red Hill? Where are we in solar arrays? How is that going to change? What will be the impact? And it's going to take staff time. So I think at this point, I just want to let things sit for the remainder of the year unless there's some real overarching need, and let the staff go forward with this plan without making any more fine-tuning adjustments, because I think the ripple effect right now and the unintended consequence effect is pretty significant because we've got resources stretched so tight. So I won't support the alternative, but not because I'm passing any kind of a judgment on the prioritization. It's just because I just think staff is saying, let us sit for the end of the rest of the year and work on what we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brixman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Letourneau asked my first question. My second question is, have you already started the Red Hill community work?
Just drafting the work plan. So no, we haven't actually.
Not really. Okay.
Not really.
Okay. I'm not inclined to support as interested as I am in getting solar worked out. I'm not going to support the alternative motion. I think the staff's done a lot of due diligence on this and putting the plan together, so I'm going to support the staff plan.
Thank you. So I understand where Mr. Buffington's coming from, and to a large degree, I don't like moving anything from rural to transition. But I think we also have to realize, and I said this last term, so I'm being very consistent, there are times that because we waited so long to do a comprehensive plan, almost 20 years in zoning, what happens is the community moves in, and when they move into a rural area, and they're living in a rural area, and then things build up around them that makes their area not rural anymore, like a school and all those things right around them. In the Red Hill area, what they're saying is they don't want more houses in their area. And in fact, I don't think they're even zoned to get more houses. What they're saying is, that there's a school that's going to get water and sewer, touching distance from their house, but because they're still in the rural area, they can't get water and sewer, even though 2 schools will be built that will get water and sewer. And LCPS or us or whomever chose to put the schools there. So we are building up around their rural homes in a urban or at least transition kind of way, but saying to them, you got to stay in the rural zone because that's what we said we're going to do, even though we've put everything else around them that is no longer rural. And so, if this was a parcel of land, and I have gone out there, I've driven out there a couple times. It's where I've been out there a couple times and to drive through because I want to know that I know what I'm talking about. But if you go out there, they're big lots, they're beautiful homes, but I wouldn't call it rural anymore, and that's not their fault. That's that's the fault of boards in the past that didn't do a comprehensive plan when things were built up around them. So I don't know that, I don't know if, I hesitate to use this word, but I don't know if I want to punish the residents who did nothing different but buy a home in a rural area and then watch all this stuff go up around them and then say, sorry, 20 years ago we said you're going to be rural, so you're still going to be rural no matter what the county does around you. And that's kind of what happened that is what happened with Red Hill. I do really appreciate what you're saying, appreciate why you're saying it. But it's also the reason doing the comprehensive plan was so important that we got the comprehensive plan done, because I think this may be the last community where that will apply, since we put some things in place, both in the comp plan and the zoning, so that doesn't happen anymore. Or at least I hope it doesn't happen anymore. So I'm not going to support the motion, but I do understand where you're coming from, Mr. Buffington. Would you like to close?
Yeah, I respect all of my colleagues' opinions, and I knew this wasn't going to be strongly supported, but I did want to make the motion. My concern with moving the line, the rural policy area line, and changing that area, bring it from rural policy area into transition policy area, is that if we use the argument that each time we develop around them, we're going to, the area changes and it's no longer rural, and now we're going to consider moving the line, then that argument will continue until there is no rural policy area. Eventually, it's always going to be built up right next to the line, and somebody's going to want to be upzoned because they want to sell and move away and make a killing because their property just got upzoned. So they bought it cheap under the rural policy area density, then they got it upzoned while they live there, and then they're able to sell it for a lot of money and move away. And all of a sudden, now that newly zoned transition policy area is going to be developed, because, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, when that changes from RPA to TPA zoning, the allowable density on those lots goes up. Am I right? Am I wrong? Or am I right?
You are correct. I'll go ahead and defer to Mr. Glendo if you want to know the exact number.
I don't need specifics,
Okay.
but the density will go up. And I don't blame Mr. Wynn and his neighbors. And if I lived there, I probably would be trying to do this same thing. And I realize the argument that they're basically a donut hole with the development around them. But I think I'm being consistent when you have to hold the line somewhere. The line's been drawn there for years, and let's hold it right there. It is what it is. We're not downzoning them. All I'm saying is let's keep it the same. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, the motion was made by Supervisor Buffington, seconded by Supervisor Saines. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. What? No. Okay, I'm sorry. All in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand so I can get a count. 1, 2, 3. That motion will fail 3-6 with Supervisors Buffington, Saines, and Umstead voting for the motion. All right, let's go back to the original motion. If I remember correctly, Mr. Turner opened the motion, and only Mr. Buffington spoke on the motion. I don't think anybody else spoke on the motion. Does anyone else want to speak on the original motion? And you don't want to close on the original motion. All right, all in favor of the original motion, which is the staff plan, and it was seconded by Ms. Brixman. Please say aye. Aye. Oppose. That motion will pass 8-1 with Mr. Buffington voting against the motion. Okay. Okay, yeah. If you have a nomination, please put your light on. If you have a nomination, please put your light on. Ms. Glass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I nominate Mr. John Gravine to serve as an at-large representative on the Fiscal Impact Committee. I nominate Ms. Shamika Page to serve as an at-large representative on the Housing Choice Voucher Resident Advisory Board.
Anybody else?
That's it, Madam Chair.
All right. I'd like to, Supervisors, without objection, I'd like to take just a moment to say that as we do these nominations, for some of these boards, commissions, and committees, they're actually state required. And some of them, it matters who's on them, but others, like the CSB board, or the DSB board, some of those boards, it's really important that people on those boards have knowledge of what the issues are. So if we could be really kind of aware of who we're nominating for some of the boards that are those boards, and not, that would be really helpful. I'll just leave it at that. All right, seeing no other nominations, I think we can stay here and do the closed session. A staff is set up where? In the Levisville or Dallas room? In the Levisville room. Okay, okay, everyone who's going to head home now, so you're not part of closed session with us. Well, 4 of you. Not more than 4 of you. You it's too late, Caleb. You didn't get up in time. You got to stay.
I'll stay.
Okay, Mr. Saines, would you please read us into closed session?
Oh, we should have stayed in here then. I move that the Board of Supervisors recess this public meeting and enter into closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A3 of the Code of Virginia to consider acquisition and disposition of a parcel of property for public use in the Leesburg election district.
Motion's been made and second. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Opposed? That motion will pass 7-0-2, with 2 of our members having got out of here. Exited there, left the building. All right, thank you. We'll go to the Okay, we are back. Mr. Sains, will you read us out of closed session, please?
I move that the closed session be adjourned, that the Board of Supervisors reconvene its public meeting, that the minutes of the public meeting should reflect that no formal action was taken in the closed session, and further move that the resolution certifying the closed session be adopted and reflected in the minutes of this public meeting.
Second. Okay, that's Ms. Brixman can have that second. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passed 702 with Mr. Buffington and Mr. Letourneau having left the dais.
Do we want to affirm?
Uh-huh.
Don't we have to affirm?
Don't we have to what? Oh, have to do affirm, sorry.
I affirm.
That nothing happened in the closed session.
I affirm.
I affirm. I affirm. Nothing ever happens in closed session. I always affirm.
And I affirm as well. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion will pass 702. I think that may be everything. Okay, it's still too late for the for two items on the agenda. All right, we're adjourned. Although a lot of that was because of the kids.